Chapter 34. After leaving Kiba Hospital, Nangongzhi returned home. Since Nangongzhi was Nangongrou's mentor, he wasn't given many missions, and none of them were far from the woodleaf. Nangongzhi's days could be said to be leisurely and carefree. However, it wasn't easy either. Nangongzhi had been haunted by a strange dream recently. Those dreams seemed to be memories of his childhood. There was a father, a mother, and himself, living a very ordinary and simple life. His father worked in the fields, and his mother took care of things at home. Everything was very natural and warm. But what was missing? That's right. His younger sister and the grandfather in his memory were not in his dream. Nangongzhi didn't say anything to his sister, but he felt very uneasy. An ominous premonition slowly enveloped his entire body. Pa! Nangongzhi was drinking tea, and the teacup in his hand shattered on the short table. What's wrong, brother? Nangongrou saw Nangongzhi's expression and quickly took a cloth to wipe the boiling hot tea on the table. Even though the boiling hot tea flowed on Nangongzhi's hands, Nangongzhi seemed to have turned a deaf ear to it, and he seemed to be in a trance. No, nothing. Nangongzhi took the cloth from his sister's hand, wiped his hands carelessly, stood up, and returned to his room. He took out the black sword that never left his side and looked at it. The irritation in his heart became heavier, and he casually threw the black sword in his hand to the side. Liang, Nangongzhi said. What's wrong? Liang saw Nangongzhi ask her, and she stopped silent. You and I have the same soul, so you should have noticed my dreams these few days, right? Nangongzhi closed his eyes and immersed himself in his own spiritual space, and he saw the huge figure of Liang. You mean those memories? Liang said with some surprise. Memories? Nangongzhi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Those are my memories? Yes, those are the memories in the depths of your mind. I don't know why, but your memories seem to be blocked by some kind of power. A large part of your memories are wrapped in it. These days, your cultivation has made great progress in your body and spiritual power, so your spiritual power seems to have begun to attack the power that sealed your memories. Your so-called dreams are actually just a small part of your sealed memories. Li's explanation very casually, she even snorted from time to time. But Nangongzhi was different. At this moment, Nangongzhi didn't know how to describe his feelings. He quickly left the spiritual space as if he was running away, and closed his communication with Liang. He hugged his knees and sat in the corner. His body was still trembling. The next day, Nangongzhi went out early and went to the mission hall to receive a remote escort mission and left the woodleaf. After Nangongzhi woke up, she didn't see Nangongzhi. Nangongzhi also had some thoughts in his mind. Is it memories? Other than that, Nangongzhi really couldn't think of any other reason that could force her brother who cared about her to do this. At this moment, Nangongzhi didn't know how to face Nangongzhi, because the hidden things were not as simple as memories. There were all kinds of things involved, and it might even make Nangongzhi unable to continue being a woodleaf ninja. Whatever, two people who didn't want to face reality were trying their best to escape. Maybe time will give them a proper attitude to face each other? Or maybe they'll be speechless. Who knew what would happen at this point? When Nangongzhi left the woodleaf, he was in a hurry to receive a mission that would allow him to leave the woodleaf as soon as possible, so he didn't carefully look at the details of the mission. Because most of the escort missions were B-rank or D-rank missions. For Nangongzhi it wasn't difficult, but Nangongzhi didn't think that he would accept such a troublesome mission. The mission client was an artist, who seemed to be quite famous in the Fire Country. The mission was to escort her to various countries to collect paintings. That's right, it was her, a female artist. Nangongzhi went to a small town near the woodleaf and found his client, Xinghuan's real name. Hello, are you Miss Xinghuan? Although Nangongzhi wasn't in a good mood, a professional ninja couldn't let his bad mood affect his mission, so Nangongzhi still politely knocked on the door of the hotel, wanting to see his client. After a long time, there was no response, so Nangongzhi could only open the door himself, with his own skills. That's right, skills. When he opened the door, he saw his client. This is really... When he opened the door, Nangongzhi was stunned, because this room was really too messy. The whole room was filled with all kinds of clothes and bags of snacks. Nangongja looked around, but he couldn't find where his employer was hiding. But soon, Nangongja was stunned because of a huge oil painting on the wall in front of him. A blue sky with some purple clouds, a tender green grass, a thin river embedded in the grass, a few horses galloping on the grass, and a child holding a whip standing on a small hill. Nangongja had seen similar scenes before, but he had never seen such a beautiful scene. A soft groan came from under the pile of clothes, and after a while, the whole mountain of clothes was pulled open from the middle, and a girl came out from it. The young girl had a head of brilliant golden hair and deep red eyes. Her delicate and pretty face constantly displayed the charm of a young girl. But her sleepy face and the saliva on the corner of her mouth ruined the picture. "Miss Xinghuan?" Nangongja tried to call out. "Ooh." The girl rubbed her eyes and seemed to wake up a little and asked, "Mister, are you a pervert? Why are you in my room so early in the morning?" When faced with such a question, Nangongja only wanted to say that his sad mood had been fed to the dogs. "I'm a woodleaf ninja that you hired to protect you when you go to various countries to gather information. As for being a pervert, please believe in my professional integrity." "Woodleaf? Ninja? Seems like there is such a thing. When I first gave you the mission, your people insisted that I pay more, saying that it's too dangerous and that it's an A-rank mission. No one has accepted it, and it's been almost a month now, right?" The girl knocked on her head and tried hard to recall, with an adorable look on her face. Indeed, now was not the best time to travel. Chapter 35. Now is indeed not a good time to travel around the ninja world. It's true that the shinobi war has been over for more than a year. But the impact of the war is indeed far-reaching and lasting. Putting aside all kinds of dirty tricks between countries, just the various kinds of troubles among the people were enough to annoy people to no end. There were countless bandit lairs of various sizes scattered around the borders of large countries and small countries. Nangongja carefully observed Mashiro, who was standing in front of him, and found that this girl didn't have any traces of cultivation. In other words, she has no ability to protect herself. Such a silly-looking girl. He didn't know what kind of parents let her carry out such a dangerous plan. "So, Shinjo-san, where is our first stop?" Nangongja didn't want to ask what Mashiro's parents were thinking, because ninjas and their employers generally don't have too much contact with each other. Nangongja has seen more than once that the target of the assassination was his former employer. Ninjas don't need to trust each other, because the next time they meet, their employer's weapon will be on their body. "Oh." When Mashiro heard Nangongja's question, she suddenly seemed to be stumped and fell into contemplation. So, this girl didn't even decide on the destination, but she already gave him an A-level mission that costs so much money? Nangongja's state at the moment was simply Spartan. Nangongja has been a ninja for so long, but this is the first time he encountered such an employer with an unknown purpose. "You first pack my things." The girl thought for a long time and finally gave an order. Nangongja was confused. So, this wasn't a delivery mission, but a babysitting mission? Moreover, Nangongja was very embarrassed at the moment, because after Mashiro climbed out of the pile of clothes, there were a lot of women's underwear, including Mashiro, who was only wearing a loose t-shirt. As for the inside, Nangongja didn't see anything. As if she felt Nangongja's gaze, Mashiro looked at Nangongja. "What's wrong? Are you curious about this place?" Mashiro immediately prepared to lift the hem of her t-shirt to let Nangongja see clearly. No, not at all." Nangongja hurriedly pulled Mashiro's hand, not letting her lift her clothes. The bold and unrestrained Mashiro, who had clearly wanted to take off her clothes just a moment ago, had her hand grabbed by Seiji, and her face instantly turned red. The flustered Nangongja naturally didn't see this scene. At this moment, he was only hurriedly looking for a suitcase and folding all sorts of girls' clothes in it. What's your name?" Seeing Nangongja's busy figure, Mashiro suddenly asked. "Me? I'm a woodleaf jonin. My name is Nangongja." Nangongja casually replied. Gong gong. Gong gong? Why don't you call yourself a eunuch?" Nangongja ridiculed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. You can call me Nangong Jun or Zhijun, or just Nangongjia. Don't you think it's not good to call me Gong Gong? Okay, Gong Gong. I say, are you listening to anyone at all? No problem, Gong Gong. Nangongjia was immediately driven mad. He compromised as well. This girl is really like a nemesis, she doesn't listen to people at all. Suddenly, Nangongjia felt a shadow above him, and it fell into his hand. T-shirt? This color, this pattern, this temperature, can't be? Nangongjia turned around, sure enough. Mishiro was standing behind Nangongjia completely naked. One must know that even if it was his sister, Nangongjia had never seen her naked. Now, he actually saw it in this kind of situation. This is really lucky, no, unlucky. Mishiro? What are you doing? Taking a shower? Do you need to wear clothes when taking a shower? Mishiro answered Nangongjia's question with an innocent face, but at this moment, Mishiro was completely exposed in Nangongjia's eyes. Yes, that's right, there was no holy light, no smoke, and no mosaic. So, Nangongjia unfortunately fainted. Perhaps it was because this scene was too exciting for a pure and innocent young man? When Nangongjia woke up again, it was already dusk. He was lying on a soft bed, and when he turned his head, he saw Mishiro lying on the side of the bed, asleep. The sun shone through the window, bringing warmth and gentleness, and sprinkled on Mishiro's long blonde hair. Nangongjia was stunned for a moment. However, he couldn't help but think of his own sister, Nangongro. Nangongjia had taken care of his sister for so long, and his sister's obedience and quirkiness were things that Nangongjia liked. There was no doubt about that. However, if there were other things mixed in, then the impact on Nangongjia would be too great. Are you crying? Mishiro opened her eyes and saw that there were 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks as she asked. Nangongjia touched his face, and found that there were indeed a few strands of tears. Recently encountered some things. Some things that I should face, but I can't do it. That's why I accepted this mission with a long time limit. I want to calm my heart. Nangongjia didn't know why, but when faced with the question of her real name, she really said it out loud. Perhaps this was the magical power of this young girl? She could make people who had a lot on their mind let down their guard and start talking. Unhappy? Why would you be unhappy? Mishiro blinked her eyes. Mishiro feels that everyone should be happy. When your heart is beating, when your breath is continuing, when your eyes can see colors, when your nose can smell fragrance, when your mouth can taste, when your ears can hear every note. At this time, people should be happy. Because you are still alive, all the temporary unhappiness will be washed away by the state of being alive. As long as you are alive, you should feel happy. Mishiro, Nangongjia looked at the young girl, and at this moment his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Nangongjia actually couldn't find anything wrong with what this young girl, who he had only known for half a day, said. The world was originally fine, but people worried about nothing. Since his memories were sealed, it meant that there were some things that others didn't want him to know. Although he didn't know if the seal was related to his sister and grandfather, how could his sister's feelings be fake? Why did he have to think so much? He was torturing himself and his sister. Nangongjia's mood at this moment was a lot better, and a smile appeared on his face. Gong Gong, you look good when you smile. Chapter 36. Looking at the sky full of sand, Nangongjia lifted the scarf on his face. He turned his head and looked at Mishiro with a bitter face. How is it? The legendary land of wind, is it the scene of the Gobi Desert? Nangongjia's voice at the moment can be said to be incomparably joking. When Mishiro suddenly proposed to come to the land of wind, Nangongjia knew that it was definitely not good. Most of the land of wind is covered by desert, and only a small area has an oasis. However, even the vicinity of the oasis was not so safe, because they still had to face the constant assault of the sandstorm. Back then, when Nangongjia fought here, he had suffered enough. The sand ninjas are very familiar with the sandstorm, and their defense is very adequate. Many times, the sand ninjas will start to attack the woodleaf camp during the sandstorm. Originally, the woodleaf ninjas were slightly better, But how can the woodleaf ninjas who can't open their eyes fight against the sand ninjas? Moreover, many of the woodleaf ninjas were directly swept away by the sandstorm. The scene of the sandstorm covering the sky, in Nangong's eyes, even the most powerful ninjutsu is not a match for it. But from the woodleaf ninjas who are stationed at the border, sometimes there is a more terrible sandstorm in the hinterland of the Land of Wind. It is said that when the sandstorm passes through, a huge sand mountain will be piled up, and a large layer of the land will be directly shaved off. Therefore, the sand ninjas rely on a huge defensive barrier and a high wall to block the sandstorm. Mishiro just wanted to speak, but a gust of wind poured sand into her mouth. Bah! How did I know it would be like this? How long will it take to reach the oasis? Now, Nangongja looked at the surrounding environment and the sun covered by the sandstorm. If we hurry, maybe we can reach Kikyo City before sunset. It's a big city where the fire country and the wind country trade. The surrounding scenery is also unique to the wind country. Are you trying to persuade me to hurry up and go somewhere else? When Mishiro heard Nangongja's words, she was instantly unhappy. Her eyes were wide open and her lips were curled up as if she was about to hang an oil bottle. Nangongja looked at Mishiro and walked to Mishiro. Reaching out his hand, he patted the sand on Mishiro's hair and said, "Look at you now, do you look like someone who can bear the hardships of the wind country? Moreover, the desert terrain is changeable and there are often sandstorms. Not to mention us, even the sand ninjas would get lost if they stayed in the desert for too long. I am the ninja you hired to protect you. I am responsible for your safety." Looking at Nangongja's serious look, Mishiro suddenly stopped talking. She just turned her head to the side and muttered, "Gong Gong is so stingy." What kind of hearing does Nangongja have? Of course, he heard the muttering, but he didn't care. He smiled and put his large cloak on Mishiro's body. "I asked you to pick a coat with a hat, but you said it was too hot. Now you look like you're covered in dust. I gave you my coat, but don't go to Kikyo City. If people see you, they will think that I dug you out from the soil." Mishiro turned around and looked at Nangongja and said, "Who can dig out such a cute little girl from the soil?" "You said you were cute?" Nangongja looked at Mishiro and was speechless. After reaching the desert, the wind was very strong and there was a lack of water. Therefore, both of them had an unnatural redness on their faces, and all kinds of dead skin appeared. In addition, Nangongja just threw his coat on Mishiro's body, and there were a lot of numbers. Mishiro now looked like a big dumpling. It was hard to associate him with cute and cute. Mishiro looked at Nangongja's expression and then looked at his own body. He walked forward and stepped on Nangongja's foot. Then he walked away. "What are you doing?" Nangongja cried out in pain. "Didn't you want us to leave quickly?" Mishiro said without turning his head. But what? Hurry up. You went the wrong way." Mishiro turned around and continued walking without any expression. Nangongja looked at Mishiro's direction and was speechless. "It's still the wrong way." Mishiro suddenly walked behind Nangongja and kicked Nangongja's butt. "Then why aren't you leading the way?" Mishiro roared. Okay, follow me." Nangongja could only get up from the sand and prepare to leave. However, Nangongja said, "So, Mishiro, you have no sense of direction?" Mishiro looked at Nangongja. No matter how he looked at this face, it was infuriating. Hence, he kicked Nangongja's face and said, "Go to hell, bastard." Nangongja never thought that there would be a day when he would be so open with someone. All along, Nangongja had been trying his best to maintain his image. He was polite and respectful to others, honest to his friends, responsible for his missions, and took care of his sister. However, there was never a time when Nangongja indulged himself like this. He let himself become so talkative, so thick-skinned, and so shameless. Nangongja didn't understand and didn't want to understand. In fact, everyone was like this. Sometimes, when we were facing others, we would unconsciously add a lot of requirements to ourselves. We have to be polite, serious, and respectful. Although this was good for a person's life, it often made people lose themselves easily. It made him wonder why he was always living with a mask on his face. But that wasn't the case. Every side of every person was their own. However, she should also find someone who could let her be free. Perhaps to Nangongja, Mashiro was such a person? Even if the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time. Even if the two of them were just employees. Even if the two of them had been quarreling nonstop. This was a feeling that Nangongja had never experienced before. At this moment, Nangongja's body's internal energy was rotating a lot faster. Nangongja also felt a lot more comfortable. This kid has grown up. Li Yang muttered to himself when he noticed the changes in Nangongja's body. Inner strength could not only be strengthened through daily training and accumulation. At the same time, it also required a lot of mental strength. If a person's mind was clear, then the flow of his internal energy would become a lot smoother. This was the so-called state of mind. Without a good state of mind, no matter how much power one had, it was just a paper tiger that could be easily defeated. Chapter 37. Looking at the tall walls of Kikyo City, even the calm Nangongja couldn't help but relax a little. In fact, the distance between the Fire Country and Kikyo City wasn't that far, but Nangongja couldn't walk in a straight line. In a straight line, there were countless desert dangers such as quicksand, and there were no supply points. However, Nangongja was still fine. With his physical strength and endurance, he could endure it for a while. He didn't need to waste so much time. But Mashiro was different, although Mashiro's stamina was better than ordinary people. But compared to a ninja, it was still insufficient. After all, a ninja was a weapon that was trained to adapt to all kinds of harsh environments. It wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. How strong can a ninja's will to survive be? Nangongja saw with his own eyes that an enemy ninja was stabbed with no less than 10 bloody holes, and the blood flowing out was enough to dye the ground under his feet red. However, such an enemy was able to kill more than a dozen of Konoha's genin before dying of exhaustion. This was a ninja. Miyagi, is this Kikyo City? Mashiro followed and saw the magnificent city in front of him. He sighed and interrupted Nangongja's thoughts. It's so big! In the Fire Country, except for some magnificent cities in the capital, there weren't any big cities in other towns. It was the same in other countries, because in this era, the ninjas were the main means of invasion, and they couldn't be stopped by ordinary walls. And the high walls that could stop the ninjas and chakra were expensive to build, so most of the places didn't have such walls. This Kikyo City was originally jointly funded by the Fire Country and the Wind Country, and the two countries had an agreement that they wouldn't start a war in this city. Nangongja looked at the majestic city and sighed. But every time the Fire Country and the Wind Country went to war, this place would become a huge meat grinder. Because of its excellent defense against ninjas, it was almost a place that both sides would fight for, and it was used to store armaments. This is a meat grinder? Mashiro was surprised. That's right. Nangongja nodded and continued. Although I don't know the specifics of World War II, I was one of the first to join the Sand Ninjas in World War III. I have experienced the seesaw attack and defense here. Both sides suffered heavy losses in that battle. Woodleaf lost at least 300 ninjas here, and the Sand Ninjas had more casualties because of the lack of medical ninjas. We can't get the exact data, but it's at least above 500. After hearing Nangongja's explanation, Mashiro fell silent. In fact, the two of them had also encountered bandits and robbers along the way. Mashiro had seen how Nangongja dealt with these people. Even though Nangongja had tried his best to use the least bloody method, he still tried his best to avoid Mashiro. However, it was inevitable that Mashiro would bump into him a few times. Even to this day, Mashiro could still remember that scene clearly. However, those were just a few robbers. At most, there were 5 or 6 of them, and they could cause such a tragic scene. Not to mention that Nangongja said that there were nearly 800 or 900 people. And this is just the number of deaths. The number of injured will only increase. Well, seeing Mashiro's mood was a little low, Nangongja patted her head. These things are over, and there will be a day of peace and stability in the future. This is what we ninjas have always been thinking about. Well, Mashiro nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them walked to the gate of Kikyo City, handed over their ID, and entered the city. Looking at the bustling scene here, Mishiro's sadness seemed to be diluted a lot. Looking at Mishiro running around the streets, Nangongja finally smiled. In fact, before entering the city, Nangongja looked at Mishiro's expression. He already had some guesses. How old is Mishiro? But she can make the decision to travel to various countries like this. Nangongja believed that no matter what kind of parents they are, they wouldn't allow their child to do such a thing without the ability to protect themselves. Even when they set off, no one came to see them off. This can only prove that Mishiro's parents may not be alive. And what is the most likely reason for the death of a ninja's parents? Well, so Mishiro wasn't just sad about the death of so many people, but more likely, she was sad about the death of her family. Of course, all of this is Nangongja's guess, and it can't be confirmed. But it also made Nangongja's heart more sympathetic. His experience of surviving in Woodleaf's small town was still vivid in his mind. How difficult it is for a child without power to survive in such a chaotic world. Nangong and his sister did it. Mishiro also did it. The hardships they went through are not worth mentioning. The two strolled around for a while, and then hurriedly went to find a hotel to stay. Even though the security in Kikyo City was excellent, it was still very dangerous. But Nangongja, as a hired ninja who has to protect Mishiro, still has to keep watch for Mishiro. Ninjas can quickly enter a deep sleep, and in a deep sleep for 30 to 40 minutes, they can even go without sleep for a week under special circumstances. So, Nangongja will keep watch for Mishiro every night. The moon was especially bright that night. There was not a single cloud in the thousands of miles of sky. Only the bright moonlight and a little bit of starlight dotted the black curtain of the night sky. The two's hotel is not far from the downtown area, and they can see the bright lights outside when they open the window. Mishiro brought an easel, a drawing board, and a lot of brushes and paints from her room. Slowly, she began to paint. At this moment, Mishiro seemed especially pious and holy. It was as if what she was facing was not just a drawing board, but the whole bright world. Her eyes were shining brightly. If a comparison had to be made, the current Mishiro was like Nangongja when he was obsessed with swordsmanship. A light breeze blew, bringing a bit of coolness to Nangongja, dispersing the scorching heat of the desert. Nangongja unknowingly fell asleep on the roof opposite Mishiro. When Nangongja opened her eyes again, the east of the sky was already turning white. Nangongja scratched his head. Since the end of the war, his vigilance has decreased. He can actually do something that can make him fall asleep at night. But Nangongja also knows that he is only in a light sleep and will definitely react if there is any disturbance. But it is not good, so he secretly noted it down to warn himself. Looking down, Mishiro's drawing board from last night is still on the balcony. Curious, she jumped down to take a look. Chapter 38. Nangongja was a little surprised when he saw what was drawn on the painting. Nangongja felt that last night's moonlight, stars, and bustling streets were exceptionally beautiful. However, Mishiro had drawn the scene of last night with a heavenly aura. The dense smoke and fire were hidden behind the heavenly aura. It formed a different kind of beauty. What made Nangongja feel even more amused was that Mishiro seemed to have realized that he was keeping watch on the roof of the opposite house. She had actually drawn Nangongja in the painting. This girl? Nangongja looked at Mishiro's vivid painting of him sleeping and shook his head. Interesting. He turned his head and looked at Mishiro, who was sprawled out in her sleep. Nangongja did not say anything and disappeared in a flash. When Mishiro woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. The blazing sun shone through the window onto Mishiro's body. This was a desert area. Even if it was the holidays, the air conditioning here was excellent. It wouldn't be of much use at noon. Mishiro could only moan under the unbearable heat and opened her sleepy eyes. After all, she had stayed up late to paint last night. "Oh, you're awake." Mishiro had just woken up. Her consciousness was still blurry. When she heard someone greeting her, she subconsciously replied, "Morning." However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She was in a hotel. A single room. The voice that greeted her was a man. An earth-shattering scream rang out. Mishiro picked up the pillow under her and threw it at Nangongja, who was sitting under the bed. Are you a pervert? You came to a girl's room early in the morning. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? To be honest, Nangongja had never thought that a girl's attack would be so powerful. He was a Jounin-level ninja, but he was actually beaten silly by a girl who had never trained before. Was she trying to beat an old driver to death with random punches? Something strange seemed to have sneaked in. Anyway, that was what it meant. Nangongja, who was chased out of the room, did not know what to say. Did I do something wrong? Actually, Nangongja went downstairs to buy breakfast and bring it over to Mishiro. However, Mishiro did not wake up. Nangongja went downstairs and asked for the room key. He was prepared to leave the breakfast and leave. But when she saw that Mishiro had woken up, she subconsciously greeted her. Then, it was a tragedy. Listen to me, Mishiro. I'm just here to deliver breakfast. I don't want anything else. Nangongja hastily explained. What else do you want? Another pillow was through. I didn't mean that. You calm down. Breakfast is on the table. Nangongja thought for a while. Mishiro was angry now. Mishiro would not listen to anything he said. It would be better for him to leave first and let Jinbai calm down so that he could explain himself. Get lost. Mishiro shouted in the room and there was no more movement. Nangongja could only leave slowly. Mishiro looked at the breakfast on the table. She did not know why, but she blushed. At least you have some snacks. Nangongja came out of the hotel. He did not know what to do and started to wander around. After all, Nangongja did not know much about the local customs other than coming here during the war. After all, the war had started. How many people could live and work in peace in the city? Just as Nangongja was wandering around, he suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. A lot of people gathered together. Hurry up and give me the money. This is our boss's territory. A person who was obviously a hoodlum was shouting at the boss of a shop. Nangongja took a look and whispered to the onlookers beside him to ask what was going on. It seems like you are not a local. The onlookers looked at Nangongja as if they didn't know anything and said, this is a protection fee. Although this Kikyo city is a border trade city jointly established by the Fire Country and the Wind Country, the two countries don't really care about it. Actually, the two countries don't think highly of merchants. The status of merchants is also very low. The finances of the big countries are mainly determined by the taxes collected from the farmers. Although the country also collects taxes from merchants, many big merchants are very resistant. The military power of the daimyo is not strong. The ninja villages all want the merchants to be rich. That way, they can get enough commission. The daimyo do not have enough power, and those who have enough power deliberately condone. This leads to all kinds of chaos in the market here and even more commercial cities. That hoodlum is from the #1 gang in Kikyo City. This boss is being taught a lesson because he borrowed money from the loan sharks and owes them protection fees. In fact, Nangongja wasn't very sensitive to business or politics. However, after listening to the description of the bystanders, he felt that the current environment had reached a strange balance. Only by breaking this balance can the business and maybe other industries recover their vitality. Even Nangongja understood, how can the big people not understand? Although the meat-eaters are despicable, it does not mean that they are brainless. There may be more secrets that Nangongja did not know. Just as Nangongja was listening to the people's analysis, the situation escalated. The hoodlum took out a knife and put it on the boss's neck. If you can't pay, then think about what you can pay. If you can't pay, then you can pay with your cheap life. Just as the hoodlum was about to take out the knife, a hand grabbed his wrist. Little brother, this is a bit too much. The person who grabbed the hoodlum's hand was naturally Nangongja. In fact, Nangongja did not want to help. If you borrowed money from a high-risk loan shark, then you should be prepared to be exploited. You only have yourself to blame. But it was a bit too much to take someone's life so easily. Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business? Here I am the law, I am the rule. This kid did not follow the rules, so he should be punished. The hoodlum looked at Nangongja, who grabbed his wrist. The huge strength made the hoodlum feel a little guilty. Although his words were still arrogant, he had restrained himself a lot. "Little brother, we are all here to make a living. Give me some face. This boss must know his mistake. As long as this shop is here, there will be a chance to pay back. It is not wise to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Isn't it demeaning to kill someone within 7 steps? Nangongja did not plan to make a move and spoke nicely to the hoodlum. But his sharp eyes were staring at the hoodlum, which made the hoodlum shiver. He could only put down the knife in his hand and run away. Chapter 39. To Nangongja, the dispute between the hooligan and the vendor was nothing more than a trivial matter. After all, it didn't involve ninjas. Nangongja started his stroll again under the complicated gazes of the onlookers. However, after walking around for a while, he still felt that there was nothing special about Kikyo City. After all, Kikyo City was a commercial city. They were mainly receiving merchants who were coming and going. The status of merchants in this era meant that the standard of living and the level of culture here was just average. He looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. Well, Nangongja nodded. Mishiro should have calmed down by now, right? Let's go back and see her. Nangongja was about to return to the hotel when he saw a shop selling octopus balls. Nangongja thought about it and decided to bring some food for Mishiro. After all, he only brought her breakfast. With Mishiro's character, she probably didn't even eat lunch. She should be starving now. Bringing some food could be considered as atonement and asking for forgiveness, right? With the steaming octopus balls, Nangongja quickly rushed to the rooftops on both sides of the street and moved quickly to the hotel he was staying in. When he reached Mishiro's room, he learned his lesson in the morning. Nangongja knocked on the door to make sure that Mishiro could receive him. "Mishiro? Can I come in? I brought you delicious food." There was no movement in the room. Nangongja was a little nervous. "Mishiro?" There was still no movement. Nangongja knew that things might have changed, so he didn't go downstairs to open the door with the key. Then he kicked the door open. The room was very messy, and there were obvious signs of a struggle. Kidnapping? Nangongja tried to suppress his excitement. Although he only spent a short time with Mishiro, Nangongja liked Mishiro's character and personality. How could such a person be treated in such a manner under his watch? Self-blame and anger intertwined and lingered in Nangongja's heart. Nangongja ran downstairs and stared straight at the hotel owner. This hotel wasn't a big one, and there was only one exit in front of the door. This proved that as long as the murderer was an ordinary person, there was an 80% chance that he or she went out from the door. Mishiro's room was messy enough to prove the murderer's strength. It was definitely not a ninja. Otherwise, the room wouldn't be in such a mess. "What do you want?" Nangongja's stare sent shivers down the owner's spine. Nangongja took out his Konoha shinobi headband from his arms. "Boss, you should know this, right?" Nangongja waved the forehead protector in his hand. "If you know this, you should know that I'm a wood-leaf ninja. The girl who stayed with me is my employer. Even if you haven't seen her before, you should be able to imagine what kind of methods a ninja will use to ensure the completion rate of their missions." After Nangongja finished speaking, he took out the black armor from his back. The sword stabbed into the side of the innkeeper's neck, forcing the innkeeper to lean against the wall. The boss was extremely nervous, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. A few large beads of sweat slid down the black sword, and when they slid down the blade, there was a trace of blood. This scene scared the boss even more. However, anyone who could survive in Kikyo City and even open a hotel had a certain level of quality. After the initial fear, the boss slowly came back to his senses. Nangongja wouldn't kill him just like that, because no matter how chaotic Kikyo City was, it was still a matter of a group of ordinary people. If a ninja with high combat power personally came to cause trouble, the two countries wouldn't just sit back and watch. The boss reached out his short and thick fingers and pressed on Nangongja's sword. "Ninja-sama, please listen to me." The innkeeper regained his composure and said calmly, "Of course I know who kidnapped the young lady. However, this group of people can be said to be unscrupulous in Kikyo City. If I tell you, how can I live in peace? Nangongzhi was still a young man, and his heart was still kind and compassionate. After hearing the boss's words, he understood. The boss was innocent. He was stuck between himself and the culprit, and he didn't know what to do. You tell me where the culprit went, and I'll take care of it. I won't let you have any worries. Nangongzhi was anxious to save the young lady, so he said such a condition. I naturally believe in ninja-sama strength. I will have my servant take you to the hall of that group of people. The boss turned around and called for a servant who was cleaning the backyard. After giving the order, he asked the servant to bring Nangongzhi away. Looking at Nangongzhi's back, the boss's mouth almost reached his ears. That was the #1 gang in Kikyo City. Although such a colossal existence was strong, how could it be a match for an expert like Nangongzhi? The boss had seen many people, and he could tell a person's strength from their spirit. In the boss's eyes, Nangongzhi was probably as strong as an elite chunin. Genin could fight against 10 people, chunin could fight against 100 people, jonin could fight against 1,000 people, and kagetir could laugh at 10,000 people. The people here were not ordinary people, but the most elite soldiers of each country. Nangongzhi could at least fight against 100 people, so this kind of gamble was worth it. Nangongzhi was quickly led by the servant to a large warehouse surrounded by lights. Nangongzhi knew this warehouse. It was where Woodleaf stored strategic materials. After the war between Woodleaf and the Sand, the things here were removed. It should be because of this that it fell into the hands of the so-called #1 gang in Kikyo City. This had an advantage, because Nangongzhi was familiar with the terrain. Thus, many battles could be realized. How could Nangongzhi not want to fight his way in? That would be so satisfying. However, Mishiro was still in the hands of the other party. If something happened to him, then Mishiro's life would be in great danger. This was the most important point. Nangongzhi once listened to White Fang's orders and received guidance from White Fang. His assassination skills were also very solid. Facing such a group of people with low strength, he could handle it with ease. After making up his mind, Nangongzhi pulled out his black sword. He lowered his breath, making his breath very weak, and slowly approached the various guard points in the warehouse. This night the sword light was dim, but it took many lives. Chapter 40. This warehouse was originally occupied by Woodleaf ninjas during the war with Sand ninjas. Although Nangongzhi wasn't a ninja guarding this place, he was still a jonin. He knew some of the information that he should know. This warehouse was modified by Woodleaf ninjas. Nangongzhi didn't remember all of them, but he was very familiar with the key points. Ninjas were existences that walked in the shadows. The so-called Shinobi World War was just a strategy to compete for benefits between countries. Letting a group of assassins fight head-on was something that they would only do if they had no other choice. After all, compared to ninjas, ordinary soldiers were really useless. Because of this, each country only kept a small number of guards to guard their houses and walls. The soldiers who were really used in the war had long been eliminated. As Nangongzhi continued to harvest the lives of the gang members, the distribution of the people in this stronghold was also a little clearer. Sure enough, Nangongzhi didn't expect it to happen. The gang leaders were now basically gathered in a secret room that was specially built to store important materials. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 holes, let alone a ninja. This secret room happened to be one of the few secret rooms that Nangongzhi knew about. Nangongzhi quickly cleaned up the gangsters guarding the warehouse. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Nangongzhi entered the secret passage and reached the end of the secret passage in 2 or 3 minutes. Nangongzhi didn't rush out. He leaned on the partition and listened to the conversation in the secret room. "Fourth brother, you're confused." An old voice sounded. "Big brother, I know I was impulsive. But who knew that kid was actually a ninja? Woodleaf ninjas. You said, I've tied him up. It could be said that he had offended all of them. My life is now in danger, what else can I do?" This so-called fourth brother, Nangongzhi heard his voice and knew that he was the gangster he stopped during the day. For such a person to be ranked 4th, he had no idea how this gang had managed to get to their current position. Fourth brother, it's already like this. We can only find a way to solve it. The boss said. His tone was very heavy and a bit gloomy. This girl is the most important bargaining chip for your life. A ninja with a girl with no cultivation, 9 times out of 10, this girl is the employer or the target of protection. Ninjas don't care about anything, but they will never easily fail the task they take on. Treat the girl well. It's best if you can coax her. A girl at this age is very easy to trick. At the very least, you can't let her say bad things about you. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. After Big Brother said this, he didn't say anything else. Only Fourth Brother sighed in annoyance. I understand, boss. Fourth Brother seemed to understand the key point. He nodded and walked out of the secret room accompanied by the sound of the door opening and closing. After Fourth Brother walked out of the secret room for a long time, the boss threw the crutch in his hand to the ground. You can't do anything, right? If it weren't for your wide network in Kikyo City, I wouldn't have let you go. How can I let you go? The boss roared, his voice echoing in the secret room. Black hair, black clothes, black sword. Would Li Fiamma Nangongzhe? As for Nangongzhe? When Fourth Brother walked out of the door, he had already left the secret passage and followed him. To be honest, for this gang, Nangongzhe wasn't interested in it. Even if Nangongzhe was ruthless enough to destroy this gang and destroy their foundation, Kikyo City might be peaceful for a while, but it would be crushed by more gangs. In this era, if a city didn't have any underground forces, it could only mean that the city wasn't developed and prosperous enough. Underground forces were an inevitable outcome. Sometimes, if a city's underground forces were strong enough and had a certain scale, it would make the city more orderly. Because blindly abusing others, smashing and looting would only lead to digging one's own grave. Nangongzhe followed Fourth Brother and walked into a small independent building. The small building looked very ordinary, even a little shabby. It was a good place to hide someone. Fourth Brother looked around, trying to see if anyone was following him. After looking around for a while, he took out a key and opened the door. Nangongzhe naturally couldn't swagger in from the front door like Fourth Brother. With a burst of strength, he ran up to the roof. His nimble body moved along the wall and entered the small building through a half-opened window. Nangongzhe slowly began to invade the small building. Based on the conversation between Fourth Brother and the boss, Nangongzhe was at least certain that Mashiro wouldn't be in danger. Therefore, Nangongzhe didn't need to use too much violence to forcibly remove him. Kikyo City was the face of the Fire Country and the Wind Country, and there were rules that forbade ninjas from using ninjutsu in the city. Although Nangongzhe didn't care if he went on a killing spree, it was still a slap in the face of the two countries. If he could avoid it, it was better not to do it. Soon, Nangongzhe found the place where Mashiro was being held. Because after Fourth Brother came in, he went straight to Mashiro. Their conversation was the best beacon. Not to mention Fourth Brother's soft words and persuasion. Mashiro's sobbing was like a clap of thunder that reached Nangongzhe's ears. Nangongzhe didn't intend to punish this group of hoodlums. But when he heard Mashiro's sobbing, Nangongzhe's chest was filled with anger. That naive and a little willful little girl. She's crying inside right now. This was the only thought in Nangongzhe's mind. Without thinking too much, Nangongzhe pulled out the black sword on his back. His internal energy surged and covered the black sword. With a light wave, a huge wave of energy rushed out. The wall in front of him was smashed to pieces. Seeing this, Fourth Brother was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. His head was bleeding on the ground. All kinds of begging words came out of his mouth. But Nangongzhe didn't listen to a single word. He just looked at Mashiro. Mashiro, I'm here to pick you up. Nangongzhe walked in front of Mashiro and gently hugged Mashiro's head. The black sword also cut the rope that bound Mashiro. Gong gong. Mashiro cried in Nangongzhe's arms. Let's go back. Nangongzhe looked at Mashiro and felt a throbbing pain in his heart. He hugged Mashiro in his arms. Okay, let's go home. Mashiro agreed and fell asleep. Today's experience really made the little girl extremely tired. She's asleep? Just nice. Nangongzhe looked at Mashiro and then at Fourth Brother who was kneeling at his feet. How can I let you off so easily? He stabbed with his sword and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 41. Nangongzhi rescued Mishiro a few days ago, although Mishiro didn't say anything. However, Nangongzhi could still sense that there was still some fear lingering in her heart. It's time to leave Kikyo town. Where can the rest of the 5 countries go? The land of water is more dangerous than Kikyo town. After all, the name of the blood mist is not for nothing. Although the land of earth is okay, that Tsuchikage attitude towards woodleaf ninjas is known to be bad. This old man has a lot of hatred towards woodleaf. The land of lightning? That's a big plateau. Many ninjas have vomiting and diarrhea, not to mention Mishiro's weak body. Nangongzhi didn't dare to take this risk. Thinking about it like this, Nangongzhi and Zhenbai practically couldn't go to the 5 great nations. In the end, Nangongzhi thought about it. Finally, he thought of a good place. The land of hot water. It's a famous hot spring holy land in the shinobi world. It's just a small country, but there are thousands of hot springs. Countless people go to the land of hot water because of its fame. The price of a house in the land of hot water is comparable to the price of a famous city in the land of fire. This shows how fascinating the land of hot water is. What's more, although Nangongzhi and Mishiro are now in Kikyo town on the border of the land of wind, the difference in temperature is not too obvious. But it's already autumn. Isn't it a pleasure to go to a hot spring with the cool autumn weather? Knock knock. Nangongzhi knocked on the wall. Since the last incident, Nangongzhi changed his living place to the one next to Mishiro's. As long as there's any movement, Nangongzhi will immediately go there. As for knocking on the wall, it's Mishiro's request. After all, with Nangongzhi's impatient temper, he often doesn't wait for Mishiro to respond and kick the door open. Under the resentful gaze of the owner, Mishiro's face was lost. She asked Nangongzhi to knock on the wall whenever he had something to do. Whenever Mishiro had time, she would knock on the wall a few more times, and Nangongzhi could go over to find Mishiro. After waiting for about 3 to 5 minutes, 2 knocks came from Mishiro's room. Nangongzhi went to Mishiro's door and waited for Mishiro to open it. What's wrong? Mishiro opened the door and saw Nangongzhi standing at the door. Half of his face peeked out of the door. You don't want me to go in? Nangongzhi looked at it helplessly. It's not. Mishiro turned his head and pouted. I'm here to discuss our itinerary with you. Let's get down to business. Nangongzhi saw Mishiro's attitude and quickly corrected his attitude. He said in a businesslike manner. You decide. Before Nangongzhi could reply, Mishiro closed the door. Nangongzhi was helpless. He didn't understand what was going on. When did I offend Mishiro? I didn't do anything these few days. Nangongzhi thought about how he offended Mishiro and walked back to his room gloomily. When Mishiro heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing, she sat down on the ground. He leaned against the door. This idiot. Mishiro grabbed a pillow beside him and threw it out. Idiot. Idiot. Deadwood. Fine, Mishiro was about to go crazy. Obviously, I've already decided to live on by myself. But why did you appear? How can I face you when you're so good to me? Mishiro looked at the starry sky outside the window and seemed to remember the brilliant stars and the bright moonlight that night. Of course, there was also the boy who fell on the eaves with a slight smile on his face. The 2 of them finally left Kikyo City. The distance between the land of wind and the land of hot water wasn't very close. The general distribution of countries in the ninja world was actually very simple. The 5 major countries occupied the largest area, and many small countries were sandwiched between their respective borders. The land of hot water was located at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. In order to get there, Nangongzhi had to pass through the land of river and part of the land of fire. The road will be very long. With Mishiro around, it was only natural that Seiji's speed would be even slower. Nangongzhi estimated that it would take at least 3 months to reach the land of hot water. So Nangongzhi specially found a carriage so that Mishiro could sit inside and walk less. After leaving Kikyo City for 2 days, Nangongzhi arrived at the border of the land of wind and the land of river. In the land of river, there were a lot of forests. The tall trees made Nangongja feel like he was back in the wood leaf. Meet, meet, Nangongja drove the carriage, but his eyes were a little confused. Although he was mentally prepared to face the truth, but when he really had to face it, he still felt a little nervous. After all, the person he suspected now is the most precious person to him. Just as Nangongja was thinking about how to face his sister while driving, Nangongja sat in the car. Nangongja suddenly took out a kunai from the ninja bag behind him and threw it at a tree behind him. Come out, don't hide. Nangongja got out of the carriage and looked at the direction of the tree coldly. Several ninjas also came out of the shadows. It seems that you are not honest. Nangongja pulled out his black sword and spread his internal force on it. Suddenly he turned around and cut the tree behind him. A huge blade of internal force gushed out and the tree fell down instantly. A figure also jumped out of the tree. Sand ninjas are still the same. Nangongja looked at his carriage, opened the curtain and said to Mashiro, who was sitting inside, "Wait a moment, there are a few rats following us. Although they are not very troublesome, they are a little difficult to deal with. I will deal with them as soon as possible." Mashiro nodded and looked at Nangongja, who was about to turn around and leave. She grabbed Nangongja's hand and said seriously, "Don't die. You promised to protect me." Nangongja looked at Mashiro, who was holding his hand, and nodded. "Don't worry, it's just these losers. I don't care about them." After saying that, he got out of the carriage. Looking at the 6 ninjas who surrounded him in an instant, Nangongja began to observe. Among them, 4 of them were holding melee ninja weapons such as long swords, halberds, and the like. The other 2 didn't have anything, but the vigorous chakra aura from their bodies was enough to prove that they were at least Jonin-level ninjutsu ninjas. Sand ninjas really think highly of me. A total of 6 Jonins were sent to encircle me? Nangongja looked at them and couldn't help but smile, but the smile was particularly creepy. I am very curious, who leaked my whereabouts to Sand ninjas? Hotel owner? Yakuza boss? It's just these 2 people. It must be very difficult to bury a nail in Kikyo Castle. Don't worry, when I have time, I will help you pry out the nail. Chapter 42. The 6 sand ninjas didn't say anything, just an endless silence. Several of them looked at each other, and the 2 ninjutsu ninjas with strong chakra fluctuations instantly converged their aura and chakra fluctuations. Of course, this was only temporary, because as long as they use ninjutsu, it's impossible not to produce chakra fluctuations. Just like just now, Nangongja was able to find the people behind him because he used invisibility jutsu to hide in the canopy of a big tree. The 4 taijutsu ninjas in front of Nangongja made a rhombus formation and rushed towards him. During this time, many shurikens were shot from all directions to interfere with Nangongja. Did you set up a trap when you were hiding? Nangongja looked at the shurikens flying towards him, but it's useless. Nangongja quickly danced with the black sword in his hand, and internal force gathered in all directions and turned into a large net around Nangongja's body. All the shurikens rushing towards him were blocked. Ha! Nangongja roared, and the input of internal force increased, and the net around him seemed to have turned from an illusion to a substance in an instant. Sword rush. The big net was instantly fragmented, and the internal force sword marks that originally formed the big net turned into internal force blades flying around. He rushed towards the sand ninja who was charging towards him with his shurikens blocked by the shurikens. The dense internal force sword marks directly made the 4 sand ninjas unable to resist. However, the sand ninjas didn't only know taijutsu. So far, Nangongja has only seen Wood Leaf Mike Dai and his son Mike Kai, who only use taijutsu. Most of the other taijutsu ninjas mainly use taijutsu, but they also used ninjutsu to enhance themselves. Wind release, wind wall. A ninja who fell behind the other 3 taijutsu ninjas used wind wall to block in front of his group. It was used to stop the attack of the sword marks. However, it was difficult for them to avoid being blocked for a while. Black Lion Li Yang. Protect me. Nangongja took advantage of this time to mobilize Li Yang's power. Ha! I knew that following you would never be idle. How long after the battle ended? There is another battle. Very good, let's go all out. Liang was also very excited. Isn't a lion a warlike animal? Thunder from the sky, black armor covered his body. Nangongzhi was clad in black armor with lightning surrounding his body. His speed and strength had greatly increased speed. In the blink of an eye, Nangongzhi appeared behind the ninjas. Just as he was about to kill a person, he heard a sound behind him. Earth release, earth. The ground under his feet instantly break. Nangongzhi also seemed to have lost his balance, and his entire body staggered. Nai! He was about to stab. Wait! The leader of the ninjas seemed to find something wrong and opened his mouth to warn him. But before his voice fell, the kunai had already pierced Nangongzhi's black armor. But the ninja didn't feel anything, because the black armor was like jelly. Without using any strength, half of the kunai had already gone in. Ha! Nangongzhi suddenly laughed. San Ninja, you're so naive. How did you become a jonin? Nangongzhi wasn't wrong. After the Shinobi World War, the San Ninja suffered heavy losses. After all, the combination of White Fang and Tsunade was very violent. This ninja was a new jonin after the Shinobi World War. Obviously, he was not strong enough to fight against a jonin. Just as the ninja was stunned, Nangongzhi's body flashed with more powerful lightning. He wanted to pull out his kunai, but it was tightly clamped by Nangongzhi's black armor and he couldn't move. He wanted to let go, but the lightning paralyzed his arm and he couldn't let go. The ninja was electrocuted and fainted. Against a taijutsu ninja, not to mention 4. Even if there were 2 more Nangongzhi wouldn't be afraid. But a ninjutsu ninja was really troublesome. Just like before, if it wasn't for Nangongzhi's preparation. At this time, he would have fallen into a difficult battle. So this is the key to why Nangongzhi took the risk to kill a ninjutsu ninja. Damn it! The leader of the taijutsu ninjas saw this scene, and his nose was crooked. Everyone, including the leader. According to the records of the past, they all thought that Nangongzhi's armor was extremely hard. Who would have thought that this armor could be soft and hard? This made many of the plans they made before the battle useless. Even a rare ninjutsu ninja was involved in this. It was a big loss. Earth release, rock puppet. Wind release, dark wind sword. Combination ninjutsu, rock swordsman. The leader of the ninja was indeed an experienced ninja. He knew that there was no point in playing tricks behind his back. He couldn't let the remaining ninjutsu ninja on his side be exposed too early. So, he used ninjutsu to forcefully hold Nangongzhi and provide an opportunity for his remaining teammates. The soil under his feet kept loosening and attached to the leader's body little by little. Slowly, it turned into a huge puppet that was 3 to 4 meters tall. The puppet opened its big hand and a huge green and white sword appeared in its hand. Nangongzhi looked at the leader's performance. Although they were enemies, he still praised the leader. The compatibility between wind release and earth release is not good, but you can maintain 2 ninjutsu without affecting each other. That's really rare. That's not all. Faced with Nangongzhi's praise, the leader instantly rushed out and said, "Attaching wind release to the puppet's feet to increase its speed?" Nangongzhi muttered, and his body quickly began to dodge. This kind of control is simply unimaginable. However, Nangongzhi did not retreat. The long sword in his hand instantly dispersed the internal energy. The black armor on his body instantly increased in thunder and spread to the blade of the black sword. "But you shouldn't have used earth release." Nangongzhi said, "All ninjutsu are mutually reinforcing and restraining. The restraining relationship between thunder release and earth release is second only to water release and fire release." Nangongzhi used his speed to instantly stand behind the puppet's blind spot. The puppet waved its arms, trying to hit Nangongzhi, but Nangongzhi dodged all of its attacks. Nangongzhi stabbed the black sword deep into the puppet's body. "Riang, let this guy see the power of the black lion." Of course, roar, roar, roar. The thunder on Nangongzhi's body roared like a lion as it continuously poured into the puppet's body. Chapter 43. The puppet's body was like a tree's bark, peeling off piece by piece under the effect of the strong electric current. It fell to the ground and made a piu-piu sound. Just when Nangongzhi thought that the situation was settled, something unexpected happened. The rock puppet was about to fall apart, leaving only a small part behind. The leader of the rock puppet was almost exposed. However, the almost spherical puppet suddenly exploded. It wasn't just one ninja that jumped out. There was also the ninjutsu ninja that disappeared. No wonder the puppet could use both wind release and earth release at the same time without affecting each other. At the same time, it could use wind release to increase its speed. Nangongzhi immediately understood what was going on. Although a ninjutsu ninja alone can cause me some trouble, as long as I'm careful enough, it shouldn't be a big problem. Since that's the case, why don't I let this ninjutsu ninja play its biggest role and turn it into a real fighting force? What a good plan. Since the ninjutsu ninja had appeared, he naturally wouldn't expose himself for nothing. Wind release, hurricane destruction. The ninjutsu ninja's hand seals were flying, and he quickly cast ninjutsu in Nangongzhi's direction. There were at least 20 to 30 huge wind blades, and they were chaotically flying towards Nangongzhi's direction. The other 3 taijutsu ninjas quickly stood in a suitable position to prevent Nangongzhi from escaping. They were trying to maximize the power of the wind blades. As for the leader of the taijutsu ninja, the huge consumption of chakra and the invasion of lightning had consumed a lot of his stamina. At this time, he was watching from the periphery, and he was taking some pills to recover his chakra and stamina. Seeing that his escape route was almost completely sealed, Nangongzhi could only try his best to swing his black sword and use his internal force to cut off chakra's characteristics to face the wind blades head-on. Every time Nangongzhi received a blow from the wind blades, he would be forced back 3 to 5 steps. When the ninjutsu ninja saw that Nangongzhi was actually able to withstand the power of the wind blade head-on, he was very surprised. He knew the power of these wind blades the best. Back then, when he wasn't proficient with it, he had shaved off the top of a small mountain with his half-finished chaotic hurricane break. Therefore, the ninjutsu ninja adjusted their strategy. Whenever the wind blades were close to Nangongzhi, they would activate their chakra to detonate the wind blades. One after another, the huge wind blades instantly transformed into even smaller, yet even more subtle and sharp knives. Nangongzhi could block the huge wind blades, but these small wind blades were hard to block. He could only rely on his black armor to defend himself. Creaking sounds accompanied by sparks flew in all directions, proving the difficult situation Nangongzhi was in at the moment. At this time, the ninja leader who had rested for a long time finally joined the battle. Once again, he used Earth Meld to give himself the appearance of a puppet. The huge puppet punched again and again, forcing Nangongzhi to face the sharpest part of the wind blades. The taijutsu ninja who was replaced didn't stay idle either. He actually approached the carriage where Mishiro was. When Nangongzhi saw this scene, it was as if his heart was on fire. These sand ninjas were obviously targeting him. All of this had nothing to do with Mishiro. But Mishiro was involved in this? These days of getting along, Nangongzhi had a deeper understanding of this sometimes confused and capricious girl. How could such a girl lose her life like this? Nangongzhi was very clear in his heart. As long as he was killed here, all the witnesses would be silenced except for the sand ninjas. Because Woodleaf and the sand ninjas were in the honeymoon period after the peace negotiations. Anything that could affect the peace couldn't be made public. If he died, Woodleaf wouldn't do anything. Because a dead person, no matter how famous he was when he was alive, no one would try so hard to get justice for him. The matter of the White Fang is not far away. How trustworthy can the integrity of the people of Konoha be? So at this moment, Nangongzhi could only protect himself and Mishiro. There were no reinforcements. As long as he was defeated, he would die, or even become a research material for various experiments. After all, a Jonin's body could be studied a lot. No one touch her. Nangongzhi said word by word. His tone was filled with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was trying to endure an indescribable pain. "Kid, are you crazy?" Riang shouted in Nangongzhi's mind. That girl is dead. Without her, you would have been able to break out of the encirclement and wouldn't be in this predicament. Now you're using this kind of self-harming method to gain strength. After the strength dissipates, the long period of weakness and eternal pain is not worth it. That's right, Nangongzhi was currently overdrawing his strength. When Kai was receiving Nangongzhi's training, he didn't tell Nangongzhi all the contents of the Hashimen Tanku. But in order to make it easier for Nangongzhi to teach him, he still revealed some of the key concepts to Nangongzhi. With Riang's persuasion and help, Nangongzhi developed a set of secret techniques that could transform the gentle internal energy into sharp sword energy to attack the acupuncture points and stimulate the potential of life. Nangongzhi called it sword chi breaking acupoint. After perfecting this secret technique, Nangongzhi would normally use extremely weak sword energy to attack the acupuncture points to expand his meridians and acupuncture points and increase his internal energy cultivation. This method also allowed Nangongzhi's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. But this also proved the danger of using sword energy to attack the acupuncture points. Ever since Nangongzhi's physical cultivation increased greatly and was close to the body of a half-step immortal, his body's toughness and recovery ability had greatly increased. But even so, he could only use a very small amount of internal energy to attack the acupuncture points. At this moment, in order to protect Mishiro, Nangongzhi had used almost all of his remaining internal energy to transform into sword energy. Nangongzhi and Riang couldn't estimate what kind of damage this would cause to him. If he were to remove the black armor now, Nangongzhi's restless blood would probably burst out of his body. Fresh blood would also flow out of Nangongzhi's 7 orifices, looking extremely frightening. Nangongzhi finally couldn't suppress the pain and could only roar out loud to vent it. At the same time, Nangongzhi charged towards Mishiro while enduring the heavy punches and wind blades. Under the control of Nangongzhi's increased strength, the black sword produced streaks of sharp sword energy. Everywhere Nangongzhi passed, it was a mess. The ninja who was walking towards Mishiro also turned into a bloody mist under the pressure of the sword energy. Chapter 44. Nangongzhi finally understood. As long as he still wanted to protect Mishiro, then he was destined to be at a disadvantage in this battle. Time continued to pass as both sides battled. The sky was gradually turning dark. However, there were things that a gentleman should do and there were things that he should not do. Nangongzhi would definitely not give up on Mishiro. Thus, Nangongzhi could only take advantage of the fact that he was breaking through his limits to break through the encirclement. There was only one path for him to choose. Nangongzhi opened the wooden door of the carriage and saw Mishiro shivering in the corner of the carriage. "Mishiro, let's go." Nangongzhi tried his best to use a gentle tone to talk to Mishiro, but the pain all over his body made Nangongzhi's every word tremble. "Miyagi, you..." Although Mishiro was usually a little naive, it did not mean that Mishiro was not smart. At this moment, the black armor on Nangongzhi's body had many cracks, and many scratches were distributed on the armor. Furthermore, Nangongzhi's 7 orifices were still bleeding. However, before Mishiro could finish his sentence, Nangongzhi reached out his right hand and looked at Mishiro silently. Even in such a predicament, his eyes did not lose their usual brilliance. Instead, they shone even more brightly. Mishiro could not help but stop talking. An indescribable sense of security surged in his heart. It was this person in front of him who had protected him time and time again. Even in such a predicament, he did not abandon him. Mishiro nodded. The tears in his eyes miraculously disappeared. He reached out his hand and grabbed Nangongzhi's hand tightly. Nangongzhi used his strength and pulled Mishiro into his embrace. His feet exerted force, and his whole body moved like an arrow. At this moment, among the 6 sand ninjas, one had fainted, 1 chakra was exhausted, and the remaining 4 taijutsu ninjas, although they still had some fighting power, they did not have the strength to chase after Nangongzhi. The leader only relied on drugs to suppress his bad condition. If there was a fierce battle, he would definitely not be able to endure it. As for the remaining 3 taijutsu ninjas, Whoever chased after him would die. Although the ninjas were obsessed with completing the mission, they were also very rational. They knew how to gain the most benefits. This was the bottom line of the Sans plan. They could have no results, but they could not have a large number of casualties. Because at this moment, the San ninjas no longer have the ability to bear. This operation was an opportunistic move on the part of the Sand. Nangongja was to stay, was to kill to stay. At least they could give Wood Leaf's group some trouble, wasn't that good? Nangongja continued to move forward. Slowly, his consciousness began to blur. However, his legs continued to move forward under the urging of his subconscious. Until he was exhausted, Nangongja and Mishiro in his arms fell to the ground together. Gong gong, gong gong. Mishiro saw Nangongja fall to the ground and struggled to get out of Nangongja's arms. He put Nangongja's body on the ground. Nangongja's black armor also disappeared shortly after Nangongja lost consciousness. Nangongja's body did not have the protection of the black armor. In an instant, the blood that was surging due to the sword chi flowed out of the pores of his body. His whole body instantly turned into a blood man. Nangongja was lying on the ground at this moment was soaked with Nangongja's blood. Mishiro looked around and saw some tall trees. He was a little flustered. When did Mishiro experience such things? Coupled with the fact that Nangongja was covered in blood, Mishiro was even more scared. There was no way. Mishiro could only use all his strength to carry Nangongja on his back and move forward bit by bit with difficulty. Go east. A voice suddenly sounded in Mishiro's mind. Who is it? Mishiro was startled and sat on the ground. I am Li Yang, an existence similar to Nangongja's spiritual beast. Now that Nangongja has fainted, I am about to use up all my strength and fall into a deep slumber. In the east, there is a village that I have just detected. If we go there, Nangongja can still be saved. Li Yang sped up his speech and quickly said the information he wanted to say. After that, he fell into silence. No matter how Mishiro shouted, there was no response. Mishiro was like a headless fly, flying everywhere. At this moment, Li Yang could point out a direction for him. It was a very good target. However, Li Yang did not say how far east it was. Originally, Mishiro's physical strength was only slightly better than an average girl's. In addition, he had to carry Nangongja on his back. His physical strength was already lacking. In addition, the scene of a group of ninjas fighting created a huge psychological pressure on Mishiro. Therefore, Mishiro quickly ran out of energy. But at this moment, Mishiro could not stop. If he stopped, would the Sand ninjas catch up with him? Also, Nangongja's injury was so serious at this moment. If he stopped, it would definitely not be beneficial to save Nangongja's life. Therefore, Mishiro could only clench his teeth. Slowly, a pair of shoes were worn out in many places on the uneven ground. Mishiro's soft arms and white cheeks also showed traces of blood under the various thorny plants in the forest. His clothes also became ragged. Mishiro walked in this deep forest for nearly the whole night. When the sky was about to turn white, Mishiro almost used his hands and feet to move forward. When he saw the outline of a village in front of him, his whole spirit relaxed. Mishiro fainted. Nangongja and Mishiro fainted under a big tree near the village. When Mishiro woke up again, he was lying on a wooden bed. The thick smell of decocting medicine lingered in the air. Turning his head hard, he saw Nangongja was wrapped like a dumpling on the bed on his right. Sister, you're awake? A voice sounded. Mishiro looked over. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. At this moment, she was holding a bowl of decoction in her hand in front of Mishiro. As if feeling Mishiro's gaze, the little girl quickly said, Sister, don't worry, you're too exhausted to speak. You'll be fine after some rest. Drink this bowl of decoction first, you'll feel much better. The little girl helped Mishiro up and helped Mishiro drink the decoction. The condition of the brother with you is not so good. The injuries on his body are extremely serious. Although it's strange, there's a magical force that's promoting his recovery very quickly. But it still takes some time to recover. Chapter 45. Hut. Nangongzhi only had this feeling at the moment. It was as if he was in a fire. When Nangongzhi struggled to open his eyes, he found that he was surrounded by raging flames, and he was being dragged into a cellar by a pair of hands. Mom? Nangongzhi didn't know why he blurted out the name of the person in front of him. But the face of the person in front of him was particularly confused. Nangongzhi could only faintly hear the words, live. The rest of the words were silent, but Nangongzhi could feel that the woman in front of him was very panicked at that time, but she still forced herself to calm down in front of Nangongzhi and hid Nangongzhi. After Nangongzhi was put into the cellar, the exit of the cellar was closed. The surrounding air was getting hotter and hotter, and Nangongzhi fainted under the effect of the hot air. Nangongzhi took the copper basin and walked to the room where her brother was. This was the 15th day after Mashiro woke up. Sister, this is what brother wanted to exchange. Grandpa asked me to bring it to you. The little girl who woke up after Nangongzhi walked behind Nangongzhi and stretched out her small hand to pull Mashiro's clothes. She handed over a bowl of black ointment. This little girl was called Ling Er. As for the grandpa that the girl mentioned, he was the only doctor in the village, and everyone called him Awang. Thank Awang for me. Mashiro took the ointment and smiled at Ling Er. But the reluctance in his smile couldn't be concealed. Ling Er and Awang had been practicing medicine in this village for many years, so how could they not see such an expression? Nangongzhi's condition was not good at the moment. After Awang's diagnosis, he found that Nangongzhi's body had a magical power that was constantly repairing Nangongzhi's body. But when the power was exhausted, this power disappeared a few days ago for unknown reasons. And Nangongzhi's injury was barely half healed. Until now, many of his veins, muscles, and other internal structures had not recovered. He could only rely on the ointment that Awang gave him to slowly heal. And until now, Nangongzhi hadn't regained consciousness. According to Awang's explanation, Nangongzhi had used too much strength, and the surging blood brought a lot of pressure to his brain, which caused his whole body to fall into a coma. Mashiro watched as Linger walked out, then left the door ajar. Then he picked up a towel's bodies and a towel hand, as his bodies, picks layers of black medicinal stains were wiped off, revealing Nangongzhi's bloodless skin. As Mashiro wiped away her tears, a layer of mist began to form in her eyes. Gonggong, it's all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that you had to take care of me, you wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Mashiro's eyes were hazy with tears, and he stuttered as he spoke. His entire being exuded a sense of self-blame. However, Mashiro's hands didn't stop moving. After he was done, he applied the black ointment on Nangongzhi's wounds. Just as Mashiro turned around and was about to apply some ointment on his wound, Lin Sanjia stopped him. A large hand pressed down on Mashiro's head. His trembling hand slowly stroked Mashiro's hair. A weak voice rang out. Mashiro has never been a burden to me. Mashiro is someone I want to protect. Mashiro's entire body began to tremble. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes and they gushed out. Gonggong. He turned around and saw the person who was protecting him. Mashiro's heart was filled with complex emotions. He couldn't speak. He only reached out and grabbed Nangongzhi's hand. Let me apply the ointment for you first. Applying the ointment is the most important thing. Since you're conscious now, Gonggong, your body must have recovered to a certain extent. Mashiro really couldn't express his feelings at this moment. He could only change the topic. He talked about Nangongzhi's injuries. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Nangongzhi said to Mashiro. It's nothing. You were injured because you protected me. Then I should take responsibility for you, shouldn't I? Mashiro said as he applied the ointment. The two of them didn't say anything else. They just enjoyed the atmosphere at this moment. It didn't take long for Mashiro to finish applying the ointment to the wounds. Looking at Nangongzhi's smile, Mashiro suddenly lay down in front of Nangongzhi. He gently kissed Nangongzhi's cheek. This is your reward. Don't think too much. Masahiro's cheeks were red as she quickly walked out. Looking at Mashiro's back, Nangongzhi was stunned. Kid, you're quite lucky. Liang suddenly said in Nangongzhi's mind. All right, Liang. That's not the important thing now. Nangongzhi tried his best to calm his emotions. He calmly began to check his body's condition. Really? But that little girl just now walked through the forest for an entire night to save you. Even though she fainted from exhaustion, she still held onto your hand tightly. After losing Nangongzhi's internal energy, Li Yang could only rely on her own internal energy to recover her consciousness and ensure Nangongzhi's safety. Li Yang didn't see everything Mishiro did in the past half a month, but she knew most of it. Li Yang felt that these words should be said to Nangongzhi. Li Yang! Nangongzhi roared, scaring himself and Li Yang. It's not the time to think about Mishiro and me. I had a dream when I was unconscious. Thinking about his dream, Nangongzhi's heart was filled with indescribable anxiety and sorrow. A dream? Li Yang naturally knew that Nangongzhi left Woodleaf Village because of his dream. Listen to me, kid. It doesn't matter what kind of memories you have sealed. What you're doing now is the worst thing you can do. It doesn't matter if it's Mishiro or your sister. There are more people who care about you and love you. They're all by your side now. These feelings and the care you have for each other are definitely not fake. You alienated your sister because of your memories. You lost your cool because of your memories and gave vent to your emotions, putting yourself in danger. You rejected Mishiro because of your memories and responded to your feelings. I know that you care a lot about your sealed memories. But those memories aren't everything to you. You still have the present. The dead are gone. Memories are just memories. Some things can't be clung to. Clinging to them is like being possessed by a demon. Don't wait until you lose it, then start to indulge in it again. Chapter 46. Nangongzhi quietly listened to Li Yang's words, stretched out his trembling hands and took the black sword beside his bed. He held the black sword tightly in his arms. The coldness of the black sword was transmitted to Nangongzhi's body through the bandages. It was only a weak coldness, but it made Nangongzhi's whole body tremble. Li Yang, I understand what you said. I also understand what you want to say. But understanding doesn't mean I can do it. I'm different from you. I've only lived for a little over 10 years, and more than half of my memories have been sealed by someone. I killed a lot of people in the past few years. At the beginning, I was scared. Every night when I closed my eyes, I could see the people I killed looking at me with bloodstains on their faces. Although they didn't say any words of hatred, my heart was scared to death. But I endured it. No matter how uncomfortable I felt, no matter how guilty I felt, I had to endure it. Because my sister, my only family in the world, is waiting for me to come home. My sister's stable life in Woodleaf needs my protection. So, I can only keep killing. Whether it's the sand, the rock, or the mist. Whether it's civilians or ninjas. I can only kill them one by one. I know very well what will happen if I keep going on this road. Sooner or later, I will end up like White Fang. That's it, I won't have a good death. Used by others, betrayed by others. Become a bargaining chip for others. But I still resolutely do it. There's no high goal. Peace in the ninja world, the will of fire. What does it have to do with me? I'm not such a great person. The whole education system in Woodleaf is to brainwash the villagers. Let them be instilled with the consciousness of sacrificing for the village. But I'm not a person who was raised in the village. When I was struggling to survive in Konoha's subordinate towns, when I saw Konoha's ninjas who looked kind on the surface, but were actually arrogant, I already understood. There's no one in this world who fights for justice. They're just wearing the tiger's skin of justice and pursuing their own interests. If a person really only pursues peace, then he will become a weapon for others. If a person keeps kindness in his heart, then his life will be taken by others. The Sand Ninjas call me Yama. What is Yama? To say it nicely, it's a person who harvests lives. To say it bluntly, an ugly demon. I decided to become an evil demon for Ruro's sake. But if such a person deceives me, what should I do? The reason why I escaped from Konoha was because of you. Not only because I wanted to escape, but because I wanted to escape. More importantly, I don't want my most important spiritual pillar to be destroyed by my own hands. Nangongja didn't cry. His voice didn't even contain the slightest trace of sadness. Every word he said was calm and steady. It could be said that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. These heart-wrenching words made it seem like he was narrating someone else's story. However, the black sword in Nangongja's arms trembled slightly. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the black sword too tightly. Nangongja's internal energy, which had been exhausted from healing his injuries, was now flowing rapidly. It was clearly a small stream, but it flowed like a river. Liang could feel all of this. Her heart and body were one, so Liang could feel Nangongja's anxiety and grief. Nangongja said a lot, including many important things. Nangongro was Nangongja's life support. This world was destined to be filled with sorrow. People wanted to protect themselves and the things they cherished. It was inevitable that they would hurt others. Businessmen exploited the commoners so that their families could live a better life. Commoners smashed, looted, and became bandits in order to survive. Ninjas controlled their martial arts and collected huge amounts of money in order to have enough income. Aristocrats, in order to maintain their ruling status, kneeled down and licked ninjas' boots and continued to exploit the commoners. Which of these simple words didn't represent rolling tears of blood? In this world, who wasn't a sinner? Therefore, a person had to have something to rely on in order to maintain their true self. What would happen if the sustenance collapsed? No one knew. You won't destroy your thing with your own hands. Li Yang said with determination. But I can't find any reason to forgive Ro. Nangongja curled his body and hugged the black sword even tighter as he muttered. I've lived for so long. How could I not know about the filth between people? But sometimes, the path that people face is wrong. Now, to you, a crack has been pried open in your relationship with your sister. It's meaningless to try to mend it. But what if this crack is only on the surface? Li Yang's words had a hidden meaning, and he was secretly giving Nangongja pointers. You mean I don't hate Ro? Nangongja was very smart. When he heard Li Yang's words, he instantly understood Li Yang's meaning. If you really can't resist your sister, you won't leave Woodleaf at all. If you really can't forgive your sister's deceit, you won't still call her by her nickname. Memories were only a part of one's life, but they were not everything. Your sister's care and affection for you has never been hypocritical. Li Yang said with a trembling voice. Every word was like a sledgehammer hammering Nangongja's heart. Suddenly, Nangongja seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. It was constantly persuading him to return to Woodleaf. Ask for the truth, and let him truly let go of his worries. The voice kept getting louder and louder, and it kept echoing. Nangongja cried out softly. He endured the pain in his body and stood up. He used his hands to remove the bandages on his body. He walked to the clothes rack, took off his clothes and put them on. Holding the black sword and his gauntlet, Nangongja opened the door and walked out. Gong, what are you doing? Seeing Nangongja like this, Mishiro immediately rushed over. Your injuries haven't healed yet, forcing yourself like this. What do you think? Mishiro stared into Nangongja's eyes, and the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. I want to go back. Nangongja looked at Mishiro and said emotionlessly. In Mishiro's eyes, he seemed to have become a stranger that Nangongja met by chance. A feeling of abandonment enveloped his heart. Nangongja looked at Mishiro. Mishiro's eyes were filled with tears. He raised his right hand and was about to slap Nangongja's face. However, he still stopped. She could only cover her mouth to make herself softer. He turned around and ran away. Chapter 47. Mishiro. Nangongja looked at Mishiro's back and whispered. Whether it's his feelings for Mishiro or Mishiro's attitude towards him, Nangongja is now very far away from him. That's why Nangongja pretended to be indifferent to Mishiro, hoping to end these feelings quickly. The combination of an ordinary person and a ninja is an extremely irrational behavior. Just like many soldiers returning home from the battlefield, they will have all kinds of psychological trauma. This is also an invisible burden for his family. In the shinobi world, ninjas and ordinary people live in two different worlds. Although there is contact, there is also an invisible wall separating the two. Nangongja still left, even though Mashiro has been staring at him with a pair of teary eyes from the side of the house. But when Nangongja walked less than a kilometer, an old man came to him. The old man was dressed in white, and there was a somewhat shabby bamboo basket on his back. A few herbs and a medicine hoe were placed in the basket. The old man looked at least 80 or 90 years old. His white hair was casually tied in a bun on the top of his head. His long beard hung down to his chest. One step, one step. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the old man's figure was constantly flashing, at least 2 or 3 meters forward with each step. Nangongja didn't have time to react. The old man had already arrived behind Nangongja. A dry and warm hand was placed on Nangongja's shoulder. "Young man, although I know that you must have your own worries. But listen to the old man, if some things are really abandoned, it really can't be salvaged anymore." Nangongja didn't care about what the old man said, because the old man's footwork really scared Nangongja. Everything that is a threat must be held in one's hands as much as possible. This is Nangongja's biggest rule in the shinobi world. Pulling out the black sword, he attached his internal force to the sword, emitting a sparkling ice blue halo. Nangongja's wrist shook, and a beautiful sword flower appeared, forcing the old man to retreat. When the old man retreated, his body was a little unbalanced, and a small flaw appeared. Nangongja stabbed his sword, wanting to stab the old man's leg, to restrain the old man's footwork. Seeing that the sword was about to stab the old man didn't panic. Instead, he used the tendency of his body's imbalance to make himself fall even harder. Just when he was about to touch the ground, he turned around and appeared behind Nangongja. As for the black sword, it didn't even touch the old man's clothes. "Young man, you are so young." Judging from his aura, he's not far from being possessed. The old man snorted softly, but it was like a clap of thunder in Nangongja's ears. Spit, blood, spit. Spit. The blood fell to the ground. Seeing the color of the blood, Nangongja's eyes widened. Because the blood was very thick, it was obviously spat out, but it gathered into a pool. Not a single drop of blood spilled. The color was pitch black, without a trace of blood. A strange stench was emitted from the black blood that he spat out. Seeing Nangongja's stunned expression, the old man walked to Nangongja's side. "I have examined your injury. It was very serious at first. But there is a strange energy in your body that is promoting your development. But what shocked me even more is that there is another kind of energy that is destroying your body at the same time, preventing your recovery from speeding up." Nangongja heard the old man's words and roughly knew the old man's identity. This old man is the one called a Wang that Mashiro mentioned, the one who cured him. "You are a Wang?" Nangongja asked tentatively. "It is indeed me. Your current condition is very bad, not just physical injuries. More importantly, there is a huge flaw in your heart." Wang stretched out his hand and placed it on Nangongja's wrist. "I have been investigating the energy that is repairing your body. I found out that it is a lost secret technique called inner strength. At that time, this secret technique was even more powerful than chakras. But this secret technique has a huge flaw, causing its inheritance to almost be lost." "Flaw?" Nangongja heard Wang say that there was a flaw in his cultivation method, and he was unwilling to believe it. But in his heart, he faintly felt that Wang's words were reasonable. "That's right, it is a flaw." Wang nodded and let go of Nangongja's wrist. He turned around and placed his hand on the back of his waist and continued. "When inner strength is cultivated in the right direction, it will be neutral and peaceful, nourishing the body for a long time. But if inner strength is cultivated in the wrong direction, it will be strange and abnormal. It will be good at killing, but it will hurt others and oneself. There is another name for inner strength that is cultivated in the wrong direction. Sword energy." Before Wang could say the name of inner strength that was cultivated in the wrong direction, Nangongja said it first. "That's right, The way to transform inner strength into sword energy was to cultivate in the wrong direction. Wang looked at Nangong's reaction at the moment and didn't say anything more. He just continued his words. That's right, it is sword energy. Sword energy is just like its name. It is sharp and dangerous. There is no harm in cultivating inner strength normally, but if inner strength is cultivated in the wrong direction and transformed into sword energy, the inner strength will start to transform into sword energy uncontrollably. This process will not stop until all the inner strength in the body has turned into sword energy. If the whole body is filled with sword energy but you can't control it. People who cultivate inner strength will be possessed by the devil. When possessed by the devil to the extreme, they will. After that, Wang didn't say anything more. But Nangongzhi understood what Wang meant. Once possessed by the devil, the whole person would become murderous. It could be said that it was instinctive to destroy everything in front of him. It would not stop until his sword energy was exhausted and his life energy was exhausted. Then he would die. He would turn into flying ashes, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Nangongzhi's inner strength was all automatically operated according to the inner strength stored in his body by his grandfather. So there were a lot of things that Nangongzhi should know, but he didn't know. Nangongro once told Nangongzhi some things, like sword energy and the concept of being possessed by the devil. But Nangongro didn't say clearly how to become possessed by the devil. And the danger of sword energy that Wang mentioned, it was also the first time that Nangongzhi knew about it. Do you really not know, or did you deliberately not tell me? Nangongzhi's heart was filled with doubts and uneasiness at the moment. Because if Nangongro did it deliberately, then what good would it do for him to become possessed by the devil and become a murderer? The figure of the sister who had always cared for him, although sometimes a little willful, but was very well behaved, gradually blurred in Nangongzhi's mind. Chapter 48. Young man, to tell you the truth, when I forced you to spit out that mouthful of turbid blood, I felt that you might be on the verge of becoming a demon. The old man did not care about Nangongzhi's mood. Instead, he said something even more shocking. This sentence also forcefully pulled Nangongzhi's thoughts back to reality. On the verge of becoming a demon? But doesn't that only happen when all of the internal energy in your body is transformed into sword energy? When I checked my internal energy, I only found that a small part of it was sword energy. Nangongzhi checked his internal energy and found that it was not completely transformed into sword energy like Wang said, so he quickly raised his doubts. It's strange. Logically speaking, each person's inner force would have its own characteristics. Whether it's in the form of internal energy or sword energy, there's no essential difference. However, the essence of the sword chi and inner strength in your body are very different. Needless to say, your internal energy is moderate and has accumulated quite a lot. But your sword energy doesn't seem like it was just accumulated and transformed. Instead, it feels like you've been cultivating your sword energy for at least 20 to 30 years. The sword energy carries an austere aura that even makes my heart palpitate. After the old man expressed his doubts about Nangongzhi's internal energy and sword energy, he stroked his beard and waited for Nangongzhi to give him an answer. As for Nangongzhi, at this moment, he had a terrifying guess in his heart. Sword energy and internal energy have different characteristics? Could it be possible to think that sword chi and inner chi were not cultivated by the same person? Nangongzhi was very clear that a part of his internal energy came from his grandfather. Of course, the loss of internal energy from person to person was extremely great. In addition, he had been diligently cultivating his internal energy all these years. It could be said that the amount of internal energy he cultivated had already surpassed the amount of internal energy his grandfather transmitted. As for the proportion, wasn't the amount of internal energy that grandfather transmitted to him almost the same as the proportion of sword energy now? Although Nangongzhi didn't quite understand some of the joints, there was an 80% chance that the inner strength that turned into sword chi was transmitted by his grandfather. Nangongzhi didn't want to tell Wang about this, so he kept silent for a long time. Weng gradually understood that Nangongzhi didn't want to talk about this, so he didn't force Nangongzhi to answer. Instead, he began to talk about something else. Since you're already on the verge of becoming a demon, if that's the case, you can't face the things that you're worried about. Weng looked seriously into Nangongzhi's eyes and said, anyone who is on the verge of becoming a devil will have a sensitive and fragile mind. Any slight change in the people or things they were worried about could make them even crazier. You need to recuperate in your current state. I'll check my medical books and then help you solve the problem of becoming a devil. What do you think? Weng's words were very clear. As long as he didn't want to become a devil and die, he had to stay with Weng for a long time and slowly recuperate. As for the chance of being cured, although Weng didn't say it, it could be imagined that the chance was very small. Otherwise, the inheritance of inner strength wouldn't have been passed down to such a small number of withered leaves. Okay, I'll go back with you. Nangongzhi thought for a moment and agreed. First, there was a problem with his current body. Nangongzhi was very clear in his heart. Since there was a possibility of being cured by Weng, he might as well give it a try. Second, although he didn't know why Weng was so familiar with the system of internal energy, he was sure that Weng didn't deceive him. Third, of course, was Mishiro. Nangongzhi remembered what he did on impulse and Mishiro's teary eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Nangongzhi didn't understand why he made such a decision on the spur of the moment. But he had a faint premonition that it might have a lot to do with the disorder of his heart caused by becoming a devil. In that case, let's go back. I think Mishiro is still sad. It's good for you to coax her. Weng had lived for so many years. How could he not see the feelings between a boy and a girl? Although Nangongzhi had been in a coma, Mishiro's meticulous care of Nangongzhi made Weng very clear that there was a deep friendship between the two. Being suddenly pointed out by Weng, even if Nangongzhi was usually thick-skinned, he still blushed. He didn't respond to Weng's words. He just walked in the direction of the village. Looking at Nangongzhi's current appearance, Weng couldn't help but smile. Thinking about his past, he was dazed for a moment. He muttered to himself, what is love in the world? It makes people live and die together. Yun I finally found a person who cultivates internal strength. I couldn't save you back then, but now I want to save him. He still has a long life ahead of him. Not to mention, there's a girl who likes him so much waiting for him. The two quickly arrived at Weng's straw hut. Nangongzhi had just walked in when he heard Mishiro and Ling Er's conversation. Ling Er, sister is going to Woodleaf Village to find Gong Gong. He was too strange just now. I want to find him and ask him what's going on. Mishiro's tone was very angry, but it faintly revealed her worry for Nangongzhi. But sister, Woodleaf Village is very far away from here. And unless an ordinary person goes to issue a mission, there's no way they can stay in Woodleaf for long. Ling Er still knew a bit about Woodleaf's system. She knew that Mishiro would be in trouble if he went. Then I'll stay in Gong Gong's house until he tells me clearly what's going on. He's the ninja I hired to protect me. How can he just leave like that? At worst, I'll make a big deal out of it and make Woodleaf's Hokage have no choice but to intervene. Mishiro's words at this moment could be said to be very unorthodox, but hidden within them was Mishiro's deep feelings for Nangongzhi. Mishiro and Ling Er were still talking about these things, but Nangongzhi couldn't hear a single word. He just looked at Mishiro's back as he packed his luggage. Suddenly, he strode towards Mishiro and opened his arms to hug Mishiro in his arms. Mishiro, Nangongzhi's heart was filled with mixed feelings. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He just kept calling Mishiro's name, Gong Gong. A familiar feeling wrapped around Mishiro. Mishiro instantly realized that Nangongzhi was back. You idiot! What can't you tell me? Why do you have to use this method to push me away? Mishiro turned around and grabbed Nangongzhi's arm and fiercely bit it. Chapter 49. After a long while, Mishiro finally let out a sigh of relief. He carefully looked at the place where he had bitten, and then touched the mark he had left there with his hand. He muttered to himself, you're lucky. When Nangongzhi heard this, he could only smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's good enough that you only bit me. If I were you, I would probably strangle myself to death. Mishiro looked at Nangong's shameless appearance and didn't know what to say. However, he still opened his mouth after thinking about it. What happened to you just now? It's too abnormal. Faced with Mishiro's question, Nangongja felt that he couldn't tell the truth about his situation. This was because it was too dangerous to be possessed by a demon. There's a slight problem that affected my mental state. In addition, I thought of some anxious situations, so I went a little overboard. I'm sorry for being so rude to you. When Mishiro saw that Nangongja didn't intend to explain clearly, he knew that there was no point in pressing him. Who knows, he might even throw a tantrum and act shamelessly, so he didn't ask any further. Awang will heal you. Nangongja knew that Mishiro wasn't just talking about the injuries on his body, he was also talking about the mental problem that he mentioned just now. I know. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Nangongja patted Mishiro's head. Mishiro rubbed against Nangongja's embrace and broke free from Nangongja's embrace. He looked at the tattered bandages on Nangongja's body that he had torn, and there was still a little bit of ointment left inside. Mishiro was so angry that he raised his hand and gave Nangongja a chop. You're really too much. I already applied the ointment for you, but you still pulled it like this. Really? You go to the room and wait. I'll go and get some ointment with Ling. I'll put it on for you again. Nangongja seemed to be in pain after being slapped by Mishiro. She arched her body and acted as if she was in pain. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit of pain. Shameless. Mishiro rolled his eyes, then pushed open the door and walked out. Just you wait. After Mishiro walked out of the door, Nangongja sighed. His entire body relaxed. His forehead was covered with a thin layer of cold sweat. His limbs went limp, and he could only hurriedly use the black sword to prop himself up. Nangongja's injuries were actually quite serious. When Nangongja woke up, at least half of the wounds on his body had not healed. In addition, he had impulsively put on his clothes and walked out. The ups and downs of his mood, coupled with the fact that he had walked a considerable distance by himself. Even the wounds that were originally healed had relapsed. Along the way, Nangongja was subconsciously on guard and nervous because of Awang's strength. So the severity of his injuries was not obvious. It was not until this moment that Nangongja could truly relax. Then he couldn't hold it anymore. This is really a bit too much. Nangongja could only tease himself with a bitter smile. Boy, that old man who called himself Awang is not simple. Li Yang knew that there was no one around now, so she began to talk to Nangongja. Indeed, Awang is a bit strange. Let's not talk about people cultivating inner strength. After so long, I haven't seen anyone recognize my cultivation system. Most people think that it's because I practice a secret technique. But in essence, internal force and chakra are extremely different. Nangongja also expressed his doubts. Because to be honest, internal force has really reached the edge of being lost in the ninja world. But in such a small place, he met such an old man who even knew a lot of secrets about internal force that he didn't know. Did he also practice internal force? Li Yang suddenly raised such a possibility. No, there is no internal force. I didn't notice any internal force in Awang's body, not to mention internal force. I didn't even notice a little bit of internal force. At first, he quickly approached me, but now I think about it carefully. It's a skill that relies purely on physical force. As long as you practice hard, it's possible to do it. Nangongja said his own judgment. What this person said about being possessed by the devil, is it really such a dangerous thing? Although I have been in contact with people who practice internal force, I still don't know anything about such a secret. Li Yang has been paying attention to the conversation between Nangongja and Awang. The so-called bedevilment was truly something that people had never heard of before. Possession of the devil does exist. Ruru once told me about it. But she didn't say clearly what it means to be possessed by the devil. The situation that Awang told me, I also compared it to myself, and there is an 80% possibility that it is true. Nangongja can only speak his thoughts truthfully. The feeling of the body can't be faked. So, We can only put all our hope in the hands of this person who doesn't have much confidence. Liang suddenly felt a little, how to say it? She lost the sense of security of life. We have no choice. Nangongzhi could only choke out such a sentence in the end. Whether it's the devil or the sword energy, Nangongzhi is almost at the stage where he can use it, but he can't understand it at all. And Weng, no matter how much he doesn't trust him. For life, for more possibilities, he can only rely on Weng's character and medical skills. Nangongzhi and Li Yang's conversation ended. Li Yang fell asleep again, and Nangongzhi leaned on the bed, waiting for Mishiro to bring the medicine. Gong gong. Mishiro pushed the door and came in with some bandages and a large bowl of ointment. Take off your shirt, I'll apply the ointment for you. Nangongzhi heard Mishiro's words, agreed, and took off his shirt. With his back facing Mishiro, it was convenient for Mishiro to apply the ointment. Looking at the many scars on Nangongzhi's back, some were very new, and some seemed to be a bit old. Mishiro has seen it many times, even when applying the ointment, his hands have touched these scars more than once. But whether it was before or now, Mishiro would feel some sourness in his heart. These years, this boy who was only a little older than him. In the ninja's environment, which was almost full of killing and blood, Nangongzhi really suffered a lot. Even now, Nangongzhi still suffered such pain. These years, it's been hard on you. Mishiro said very softly, but Nangongzhi still heard it. He just shook his head. Some things, you just have to get used to it. Chapter 50. In the medicine room, the smoke was lingering. The faint smell of herbs, accompanied by the rising wisps of sandalwood, went into people's noses all the time. Nangongzhi was soaking in a huge bathtub at the moment. All the major acupoints on his body were pierced with golden needles that trembled as Nangongzhi's muscles contracted. In order to stabilize Nangongzhi's physical strength and sword chi, Weng had been adjusting Nangongzhi's body with medicinal baths and acupuncture for the past few days. Because the time was short, the effect was unknown. But every time Nangongzhi lay in the bathtub, the feeling was very uncomfortable. Because there was a stove under the bathtub, with a raging flame burning all the time. It was heating the bathtub. What Nangongzhi was going through right now was an ancient punishment for killing someone. Fortunately, Nangongzhi's physique was very strong, and Weng had been calculating the time of the medicinal bath according to Nangongzhi's limit. So for the time being, Nangongzhi just felt uncomfortable. But it has been several days. I don't know how Weng is going to control the sword chi in my body. Nangongzhi had been at Weng's mercy for the past few days. It could be said that he was ravaged to a certain extent. After the torturous medicinal bath, Nangongzhi lay on a bamboo bed on the side. When Weng was about to continue the acupuncture, he raised his doubts. Weng ignored Nangongzhi and just looked at the golden needles in his hand. He took out a few particularly long golden needles and soaked them in a bottle of medicinal liquid. Then he walked to Nangongzhi with the golden needles. Lie down, Weng said. Nangongzhi lay down on the bed, but he still turned his head, wanting to get an answer. Seeing that Nangongzhi would not give up until he achieved his goal, Weng began to tell Nangongzhi his treatment plan. Sword chi is actually a double-edged sword. If you use it well, not only can your strength increase, but you can also use the characteristics of sword chi to put yourself in an indescribable fighting state. You can fully exert your ability. Nangongzhi thought about it and found it was true. Although Nangongzhi's emotions would become a little off after using sword chi, he could feel that his swordsmanship and sword chi were extremely compatible during the real battle. Furthermore, his ears were sharp and his eyes were sharp. When he carefully sensed it, he could even feel a slight coolness in his mind, allowing him to maintain a strange calmness. Therefore, I have 3 treatment plans here, upper, middle, and lower. The first one is the worst. Use acupuncture, medicinal baths, and many other methods to guide the sword chi out of your body. In this way, you will naturally lose your foundation and collapse. But this will greatly damage your muscles and veins. Even if you rely on the strong self-healing ability of your internal force, there will be a long period of weakness. At the very least, it will be counted in years. Take into account that you are a ninja. It is too dangerous to lose the ability to protect yourself, so this is the worst. The second one is the worst. I can weaken the sword chi in your body to the greatest extent and maintain it in a relatively stable state. You have to come to me regularly to guide the sword chi out of your body. Of course, I can also give you the method as long as you find a qualified medical ninja. It can also be done. However, if you do that, your inner strength won't grow any further. Because every strand of internal force you cultivate will be assimilated by the sword chi, and in order to prevent the sword chi from growing, you have to guide the sword chi out of your body. If this is repeated, your internal force will not grow. The third one is the best. The great Tao is 50, and heaven is 49. Naturally, it still contains a glimmer of vitality. Internal force and sword chi come from the same source, but their natures are completely opposite. Everything in the world is just yin and yang. If you can adjust the ratio of internal force and sword chi, mix the two, you have me, I have you. His inner strength had become more aggressive, and his sword chi had become more neutral. Then, you will have an extremely terrifying development potential. However, this method is also extremely dangerous, because you will be on the verge of becoming a demon at all times. If you are not careful, you will fall deep into the demon's den and be unable to extricate yourself. And this method is also the one that I can use the least. You can only rely on your feelings to reconcile the two. In your current form, your sword chi still needs to be transformed more. And more sword chi represents that you are closer to the abyss of becoming a demon. So, although I said that there are 3 strategies, the best, the middle, and the worst, but each method has its drawbacks. No one can have the best of both worlds. In fact, the premise of these methods has not been achieved. You still need to strengthen your body and spirit. Let your mastery of internal force and sword chi increase. Truly understand your power, and not only know half of it and can only apply it. What I can do is to guide you. The only one who can really cure you is yourself. Awang finished his long speech, but the amount of information contained in it made Nangong's head buzz. None of the 3 methods was actually a cure. The worst and middle strategies were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. They temporarily alleviated the crisis of becoming a demon, but they did not really solve the problem of becoming a demon. Not to mention the best strategy, that was to gamble with one's life, to see if one could really reconcile the 2 forces. It sounded like it was just to maintain the balance between the 2. But how long has it been since ancient times? How long had the internal energy existed? Although there were no clear records, it must have been hundreds and thousands of years. During this long period of time, how could there not be many geniuses born? But the system of internal force was still declining. Even the important treatment method of becoming a demon was not passed down. That proved that the so-called best strategy was actually just an idealized theory. It was not certain whether it would work. So these 3 strategies. In terms of benefits, the best strategy was naturally the biggest. But in terms of safety, the worst strategy was the safest. There was a period of weakness in exchange for his life. It was not a loss. But Nangongja was now in the stage of adolescence. Years of recuperation was unbearable for Nangongja. A ninja without strength, could he still be a ninja? Moreover, before becoming a ninja, Nangongja was also a swordsman. A sword would rather break than bend. This kind of sharpness was always hidden in the depths of Nangongja's heart. Nangongja's definition of himself was always a swordsman. There were some things that a ninja could do, but as a swordsman, Nangongja did not allow himself to do so. Chapter 51. Nangongja looked at the black sword beside him. The black sword's jagged surface reflected the light from time to time. Awang, I am a ninja, and I am also a person who cultivates internal strength. But before that, I was a swordsman. Although today, the swordsman group has almost been abandoned by history. But I still believe that I am a swordsman. Ants drag out their lives, but swordsmen would rather die. Of the 3 plans you gave me, the worst one is actually the least dangerous one. But I still don't want to choose it. As a swordsman, my will and the long sword in my hand don't allow me to live like this. So, I choose the 3rd plan. No matter if I live or die, I won't live in vain, right? After Nangongzhi said these words, he suddenly felt his whole body and spirit relax a lot. Awang took a look at Nangongzhi and slowly shook his head. He slowly stroked his snow-white beard with his withered hand. Ha! You swordsmen are all so stubborn. But this is right. Swordsmen should be like this. Looking at Awang's laughing appearance, Nangongzhi lost his composure for a moment. Awang always had the appearance of a humble old man in front of Nangongzhi. But at this moment, when Awang was laughing, Nangongzhi could vaguely see the figure of a frivolous youth. Who in the world isn't frivolous? Awang's laughter slowly faded, his pair of dim yellow eyes slowly covered with a layer of mist. Not only swordsmen. Even swordswomen used a sword. That's why I became like this. Awang slowly wiped a drop of turbid tear from the corner of his eye. I think you have been curious more than once. How can an old man like me, who has never cultivated internal strength, be so familiar with the cultivation system of internal strength? After all, I don't have any signs of cultivating internal strength, right? Nangongzhi was stumped by the question because he and Li Yang were indeed in a dilemma over this issue. Seeing Nangongzhi like this, how could Awang not understand clearly in his heart? My family has been studying medicine for generations. Every time we reach adulthood, the successor of our family will travel to various countries and treat illnesses for free to hone his medical skills. It was the same for me. I was just 16 that year. I was young and frivolous, and did many ridiculous things. I also got to know a lot of people that I will never forget. One day, I was still on my way when I found a young girl who had fainted on the side of the road. At that time, the world was not stable, and the Shinobi World War was on the verge of breaking out. A young girl is different from me. After all, I have medical skills. At that time, there weren't any medical ninjas, so it was mainly doctors like me who treated them. So my life won't be in any danger. It was too dangerous for women in that era where demons danced wildly. So I went to her side and used first aid to save the young girl. So I took her with me. After a long time, she must have developed feelings for me. Her name is Yun. Like you, she is a cultivator of internal energy. But she is not the same as you, because her strength is very ordinary. The shinobi world was in turmoil, so we naturally encountered a lot of dangerous situations. I had no strength, so Yun taught me a set of body techniques in order to give me some strength to protect myself. It's the set you saw before. But that's because I didn't practice it well, and my ability to escape was just ordinary. So, many times Yun secretly began to use sword energy to protect the safety of the two of us. After a day of accumulation, the proportion of sword energy in Yun's body became heavier and heavier. When I noticed it, Yun was already possessed by the devil. At that time, Yun was extremely ruthless when dealing with the enemy. That kind of Yun was no longer the Yun I knew. Yun told me some things about internal energy and sword energy from time to time. So I relied on my family's golden needle tribulation method to seal the sword energy in Yun's body. So Yun's consciousness returned to normal. I told Yun that I could draw out all of her sword energy. In this way I could save her. But Yun still refused. Yun was also a swordsman. Just like you, a stubborn and proud swordsman. You can abandon anything, but you are never willing to abandon your pride. After that, was completely possessed by the devil. It was me who personally sent Yun away. This is the pain of my life. That's why I wanted to help you when I saw you. In my life, I can't forget Yun. I thought if I can save you. When I saw Yun in the underworld, I could tell her that the internal energy is not gone. The swordsman also did not disappear. Because I tried my best to save her junior. When Weng said the last part, the tears on his face couldn't stop flowing. But Weng seemed to be unaware, just blindly indulging in his story and feelings. Who doesn't hurt in the world? How could everyone not have some sorrowful feelings? Just like Ling and Yunner's past. Just like Nangongzhi and Mishiro now. Even just like Nangongzhi and Nangong Ro's feelings. After a long time, Wang finally broke free from his sad mood. "Youngman, I've made a fool of myself." Wang's old face showed a free and easy smile. "These old things have been buried in my heart for a long time. Suddenly saying it out loud made me forget myself to this extent. But it's fortunate. I met you. If you can live, I have one less regret." Looking at Wang, Nangongzhi suddenly felt a sense of emotion lingering in his heart. If he grew old, would he be able to recount the past and tell others about it with relief and carefreeness? "Sorry." Nangongzhi suddenly said, "I did doubt your motives before. After all, the internal energy is very important. I have to be careful." "It's okay." Wang waved his hand to show that he could understand. The two didn't say anything more, and Wang quickly finished inserting the needles on Nangongzhi's back. There weren't many needles on Nangongzhi's back, but they were all along the spine. Each needle was very long, not only poking into the flesh. Under Wang's superb skills, these golden needles went deep into the spinal cord. Some medicinal liquid on the golden needles was injected into Nangongzhi's spine through the guidance of the golden needles. These medicinal liquids were all drugs to promote blood production and increase physical strength. In this way, it stimulated Nangongzhi's body to recover, and at the same time, stimulated the operation of the internal energy. Chapter 52. In this way, Nangongzhi spent every day in the medicinal bath and acupuncture treatment. Slowly, the effects of the medicine came into play. Nangongzhi's physical fitness began to improve steadily. Not only strength, but also flexibility, cell activity, and other indicators began to rise. Originally, Nangongzhi mainly relied on brute force to defeat 10 people. At the same time, he also used some speed-type sword techniques. However, the skill-based sword skills had always been a shortcoming for Nangongzhi, because Nangongzhi did not start practicing from a young age. At the age of 11 or 12, although his muscles and bones were not completely shaped, he was still not as flexible as those who started practicing since childhood. The medicinal bath prepared by Wang and the medicinal liquid on the golden needles during acupuncture had greatly stimulated Nangongzhi's tendons, meridians, and bones that had already been shaped. It made up for Nangongzhi's original shortcomings. Moreover, Wang seemed to have developed a prescription to balance his internal strength and sword energy. In the past few days, Nangongzhi's internal strength and sword energy had reached a balance. Without using internal strength and sword energy, Nangongzhi's signs of being possessed by the devil had stabilized after using the medicinal bath. "Young man, in the past few days, your physical condition has generally stabilized, right?" Wang asked after removing the needles from Nangongzhi. "Thanks to Wang's tireless efforts in recuperating my body these days, I am indeed much better. Moreover, my mental state is not as irritable as before." Nangongzhi sat up from the bamboo bed, picked up his clothes on the stool next to him, and put them on. After feeling his physical condition, he answered Wang's question. "Very good, then this will be the last acupuncture treatment I will give you." Wang nodded and put away the golden needle in his hand. "The last time?" Nangongzhi was suddenly a little confused. Was Wang going to change the treatment method? "What do you mean?" Nangongzhi asked. "I've already done all that I can with my medical skills. The effects of those medicinal baths and liquids have already reached their limits. So, there's no point for you to stay here." Wang stroked his beard and said indifferently, "So, whether or not I can break free from this demonic state will depend on my own luck?" Nangongzhi mumbled to himself. Then, Nangongzhi supported himself on the bamboo bed and stood up. He bowed deeply to Wang. Wang didn't stop Nangongzhi. He just looked at Nangongzhi and waited for Nangongzhi to say something. "Thank you, sir. Actually, you and I are not related, but sir has been very considerate of me. If it weren't for teachers stopping me when I was about to leave, persuading me with reason and emotion, and even explaining the dangers of becoming a demon for me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. My life and my relationship with Mishiro would have been in an unsalvageable situation. Looking at Nangong's current state, Awing didn't say anything. But his eyes were filled with emotions. If Yun didn't die early, perhaps Awing would have his own children. Presumably, he would have a grandson as old as Nangongja, right? Young man, actually, I have a presumptuous request. After hesitating for a long time, Awing finally opened his mouth. You're my savior. If you need any help, I'll naturally help. There's no need to say any presumptuous request. Nangongja heard Awing's words and quickly agreed. I've been studying medicine all my life, so I've long been open to life and death. Life and death is just a way of living, and I'm not that stubborn. But after all, I'm still living in this world, and there are some things that I can't let go of. Awing turned around and opened a window in the medicine hut. In the courtyard, Mishiro was playing with Ling. Nangongja followed Awing's line of sight and saw Ling. You're saying? Nangongja already had some guesses in his heart. That's right. Actually, my time is almost up. At most, I can only struggle at death's door for 1 or 2 years. Although he was clearly talking about his own life and death, Awing didn't seem to be the least bit strange. Instead, it was as if he was talking about someone else's matter. So, you hope that I can take care of Ling? Nangongja roughly guessed Awing's meaning. Ling and I don't have any blood relations. Back then, I came to this village to practice medicine. There's a huge outbreak of plague here. 9 out of 10 houses are empty, and many people have died. The rest of the people also ran away. When I passed by, I wanted to collect some samples to study the characteristics of this plague. I wanted to use my medical skills to eliminate the source of the plague and make this place habitable again. However, when I walked to the door of Ling's old house, I heard a burst of baby crying. Ling's house wasn't in the densely populated part of the village. Instead, it was a bit remote. So when the people in the village fled, they didn't find that there was a baby in this house. So I brought Ling out. I don't know what her real name is. But I saw a string of bells on her hand, so I called her Ling. Over the years, Ling is really like my granddaughter. But the ninja world has always been turbulent. When I was still here, the people of various countries would give me a little face. Plus, the strategic value of this village is not great, so Ling can have a relatively safe living environment. But if I leave, I'm really worried about Ling's safety. You're a woodleaf ninja, and your strength is also very outstanding. I hope I can entrust Ling to you and let you take good care of her. When talking about his own life and death, one was very indifferent, but when he talked about his concern for Ling, his love overflowed. The love and care in each of his fists was truly touching. You can rest assured that Ling is your granddaughter. These days, whether it's me or Mishiro, we've been infected by Ling's naive kindness, and we treat her as our own sister. Even without your entrustment, we will do our best to protect Ling. When Wang heard Nangong's words, his whole person seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden and relaxed a lot. With your words, I'm relieved. These years, Ling has accompanied me to treat patients and can be regarded as a beginner in medical skills. I'll tidy up the books and entrust them to Ling. It can be regarded as a continuation of our lineage. Let Ling also have some skills to eat. After that, Wang ignored Nangongja. He turned around and began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to organize the medical books. It was such an ordinary scene, but Nangongja didn't know why his heart ached. Chapter 53. After a few days, Nangongja packed his luggage and took Mishiro and Ling on a long journey. He didn't know what Wang told Ling, but when Ling left, she was very excited. She was like a primary school student who knew she was going on an outing, pure and happy. But how could a child's mood not be fluctuating? When Nangongja and the others walked for about half a day, it was already close to noon. They stopped and prepared to cook. At the same time, they were brewing a medicinal soup for Nangongja to maintain the balance of his internal energy. I don't know if Grandpa has eaten lunch. Looking at the burning firewood, Ling suddenly muttered to herself. Then, his expression became somewhat gloomy. Don't worry, before we left, didn't we ask the neighbor next door to take care of Ah Weng? There was a family next door to Ah Weng's medicinal hut. This family had always relied on providing Ah Weng with some of their own herbs to earn some extra money. Therefore, their relationship with Ah Weng was very good. The neighbor next door also knew that Ling Er couldn't cook because she was leaving. The two families agreed to bring a portion for Ah Weng when they cooked. I know, Ling Er nodded, but she was still a little unhappy. She held a piece of paper in her hand and flipped the firewood under the stove from time to time. I miss Grandpa a little. When she said this, Ling Er's eyes were obviously covered with a layer of mist. It looked like tears were about to gather and fall to the ground. Ling Er, Big Brother saw a little white rabbit. Do you want to go catch it with Big Brother? Seeing Ling Er like this, Nangongzhi didn't feel good in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to divert Ling Er's attention and not wallow in sadness. Rabbit? Ling Er raised her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity and a fresh light. Seeing Ling Er's appearance, Nangongzhi finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head and gave Mishiro a look, indicating that he should bring Mishiro out for a walk. Then, he took out a fireworks stick from his back and handed it to Mishiro. I don't feel very good about this place. There might be some trouble. This is for you. If anything happens, use it to inform me. When everyone decided to rest, Nangongzhi carefully observed the surrounding environment. There was a dense forest, tall trees, and a few steep hills. Such a place was simply a natural bandit's nest. However, it was obvious that Mishiro and Ling Er did not have much energy left to travel, and he needed the medicine to maintain the balance of his internal energy. Therefore he stopped here. But since he was going to take Ling Er out to relax, he naturally had to be fully prepared. Alright, I got it. I'll be careful. Looking at Ling Er's appearance, I felt my heart ache. But he couldn't bear to tell her about Weng's condition. He could only take it one step at a time. You can show her around. Nangongzhi nodded and walked to Ling Er's side. He took Ling Er's hand and squatted beside her. Let's go, Big Brother will bring you to catch a little rabbit. Then we raised it so that Ling Er could play with it every day. What do you think? Nangongzhi said gently. Ling Er heard Nangongzhi's voice and suggestion. At that moment, she didn't have many thoughts in her heart. She was only interested in Nangongzhi's suggestion of raising a rabbit. Ling Er nodded vigorously, indicating that she agreed. Alright, let's go. Nangongzhi stood up. Say goodbye to Mishiro Jejia. Goodbye, Mishiro Jejia. We'll come back later to bring you a little rabbit. Ling Er obediently said goodbye to Mishiro, then pulled Nangongzhi and ran forward. Looking at Nangongzhi being pulled by Ling Er, Mishiro couldn't help but smile. Mayagong has also changed. The first time I saw Mayagong, although Mayagong didn't show me a cold face, the estrangement that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. Now, Mayagong can be so gentle to Ling Er and me. She has indeed improved a lot. Mishiro muttered to herself as she turned around. She took care of the stove. Nangongzhi and Ling Er also began to look for rabbits in the forest. Nangongzhi wasn't just spouting nonsense about the rabbit. He really did find traces of the rabbit. That was why he decided to bring Ling Er out. Otherwise, if they couldn't find the rabbit, wouldn't it be so awkward and annoy the little girl? Nangongzhi was now using a series of chasing techniques that he learned from White Fang to catch rabbits. If White Fang knew about this, he might be so angry that he stomped his feet. This way is definitely correct. Nangongzhi laid on the ground and carefully observed for a long time. Finally, he stood up and pointed in a direction. Brother. Ling Er rolled her eyes and looked at Nangongzhi. This is the 11th time you changed directions. Nangongzhi was a little embarrassed by Ling Er's stare. He quickly patted his chest and said, Don't worry, it's definitely correct this time. In less than 3 minutes, we will definitely find it. At this moment, the sound of animals stepping on the ground suddenly came from the surroundings. A rabbit scurried out in an instant, leaving behind only its back and disappearing. The direction it disappeared in was the opposite of where Nangongzhi pointed. Ling Er looked at Nangongzhi with a face full of disappointment. Then he chased after the rabbit that had just scurried out. Ling Slow down. The terrain here is complicated. Don't run too fast. Nangongzhi chased behind Ling and shouted loudly. The rabbit was frightened and ran even faster. As for Ling now that she was focused on catching the rabbit, how could she have the time to care about what Nangongzhi said? The two of them chased the rabbit further and further away. Suddenly, Nangongzhi's nose twitched a few times. This smell, it was blood. Moreover, it was not just the blood of a few people. At least 40 to 50 people had been killed to create such a strong stench. Nangongzhi suddenly sped up and hugged Ling in his arms. He covered Ling mouth to prevent her from making a sound. Ling, don't talk, listen to me. Nangongzhi put his mouth close to Ling's ear and said in a very soft but clear voice. Ling nodded and Nangongzhi let go of Ling. A lot of people died in front, at least 40 to 50 people. I can already smell the blood. This place is very dangerous now. So I will send you to Mishiro's sister first. You stay with Mishiro's sister. Then I will go and check. After saying that, Nangongzhi carried Ling. They quickly returned to Mishiro's place. Mishiro, a lot of people died in this area. I will go and take a look. Chapter 54. Hearing Nangongzhi's words, Mishiro understood the situation. He reached out and grabbed Nangongzhi's sleeve. You must be careful. You are injured and can't use your full strength. If you can't, just retreat. Don't force yourself. Now, Mishiro understood Nangongzhi's physical condition from Wang. Although he didn't know about the sword chi and being possessed by the devil, he also knew that Nangongzhi couldn't use his full strength. Don't worry, I will be careful. You stay here with Ling. I will summon Li Yang to protect you. After speaking, Nangongzhi called out to Li Yang in his mind. Li Yang, I need you to protect the two of them. Can you shrink a little? Without a doubt, Li Yang's huge figure was a huge target for them. Only if Li Yang could shrink her body would Nangongzhi be at ease leaving Li Yang here. Of course, I can shrink. But if I am not by your side, you won't be able to summon the black armor. Li Yang reminded Nangongzhi at the right time. Don't worry, although I can't use too much internal energy now. However, he was still able to escape. What I am afraid of now is that someone will take the opportunity to come here after I leave. They will be a threat to Ling and Mishiro. You stay here for now. Nangongzhi stretched out his finger and bit a small wound. Blood seeped out. Nangongzhi pressed his finger on the lion's head seal on his shoulder. Li Yang, come out. The lion's head seal's blood-red light covered Nangongzhi's entire palm. Nangongzhi pressed his palm on the ground. A blood-red array instantly covered the ground under his palm. Roar! A small but arrogant sound came from the array created by Nangongzhi. Little girl, this is the second time we've talked. Li Yang, who was summoned by Nangongzhi, raised her head and looked at Mishiro. She looked at Mishiro with a dignified expression. Mishiro was stunned, but after a short while, Mishiro came back to his senses. Opening his arms, he hugged Li Yang in his arms and rubbed his face against her. What a cute little poodle! It's even black. In an instant, Li Yang's entire body went Sparta. I'm a lion. Lion. Li Yang was in Mishiro's embrace and was pressed down by Mishiro's large breasts. He shouted intermittently that he was a lion. Ling, who was standing at the side, saw Li Yang's appearance and her eyes sparkled. Big brother, this puppy is so cute. Can I hug it? And this puppy can even talk. Li Yang did not refute this time, because at this moment, Li Yang was already rolling her eyes because of Mishiro's large breasts. Okay, Mishiro. Put Li Yang down. Look, it can't even breathe. Under Nangongzhi's persuasion, Mishiro finally let go of Li Yang. At this moment, Nangongzhi finally had the time to properly observe Li Yang's current appearance. It still had black fur and a golden mane. However, the mane had become very short, and Li Yang's size had also become that of an ordinary poodle. The golden flames on its tail and limbs had been retracted by Li Yang. Looking at it now, it really did look like a dog. Li Yang, seriously? You really do look like a dog right now. Nangongzhi looked at it and finally squeezed out this sentence. Li Yang, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, heard Nangongzhi's words and instantly exploded. It looked at Nangongzhi and bared its teeth. Isn't it because you wanted me to become smaller? The only way I can become smaller is to seal all the strength in my body and turn into a child. But, no matter what, I am still a lion. A lion? Not a poodle. You are insulting my pride as a lion. Li Yang shouted with all its might. However, it still looked like it was trying to cover up something. Nangongzhi did not want to continue this topic with Li Yang for too long. After all, there was still a matter that involved dozens of lives waiting for him to investigate. Therefore, he said to Mishiro, I'll leave Li Yang to you guys. He is my spiritual beast. Although he looks like this now, he is still very reliable. If anything happens, he will protect you guys. And I will be back. Hearing Nangongzhi's words, Mishiro nodded, indicating that it was fine. Therefore, Nangongzhi ran toward the source of the smell of blood. Of course, after a few steps, he heard Li Yang scream. Nangongzhi did not care about this matter. Anyway, with Li Yang's current appearance, it would be strange if Mishiro and Ling let him go. Soon, Nangongzhi relied on his physical fitness and the light body technique he learned from Awang to quickly find the source of the smell of blood. Nangongzhi stood on a wide branch, holding the trunk with his hand. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Nangongzhi was a person who had experienced the Shinobi World War. What kind of killing scene has he not seen? However, the scene in front of him was so bloody that it was hard to accept. On an open space of nearly 200 square meters. It was covered with broken arms and limbs. One by one, the severed arms and legs were placed in a pattern. It formed a huge formation. The body of a person who was cut into a stick was placed in the middle of the formation. It was like a jindo. Whether it was the severed arms and legs or the body of a stick, they were still very fresh and bleeding. The blood that was constantly flowing out gathered on the ground and flowed along the pattern of the severed arms and legs. It left a deep bloody mark on the ground. Nangongzhi finally understood why he smelled the strong smell of blood. This was deliberately done by the person who created this scene. They relied on the blood of these dead people to draw this formation. This formation? Why do I feel like I have seen it before? Nangongzhi suddenly felt that the formation he saw was somewhat familiar. It's similar to the cult totem that I saw in the cult extermination mission that I participated in. Nangongzhi suddenly remembered. When he was besieging the cult members were all fearless and rushed toward the woodleaf ninjas who were besieging him. He kept shouting for the protection of the Lord Evil God, saying that he would definitely become immortal. Then, they threw themselves in front of a group of ninjas and desperately wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from the woodleaf ninjas. Evil God cult? Nangongzhi muttered. Then, he jumped into the blood formation and walked to the center of the formation. This jindo wasn't a traditional jindo. Instead, it was a bit like a well, empty in the middle. Nangongzhi stood on the edge of the well and looked at the bottom of the hollow part. Chapter 55. In the center of the temple, a silver-haired boy was submerged in blood. The viscous blood had begun to turn black, and some of it had even condensed into blood clots, sticking to the boy's hair. This person doesn't look like one of the victims. Nangongzhi muttered in his heart, because it was obvious that the people who died here were killed as materials for this evil cult formation. The boy submerged in blood obviously didn't have any physical injuries. Therefore, Nangongzhi slowly pulled out the black sword behind him. Nangongzhi also knew a little about the evil cult's crazy doctrine. If this terrible cult was resurrected, it would undoubtedly be an extremely bad thing for many people. Just as Nangongzhi raised the long sword in his hand and was ready to stab the boy. Ah! The silver-haired boy submerged in blood suddenly screamed, and his whole body jumped out of the blood pool. Finally, the black-clothed youth landed on the edge of Jingguan Temple amidst the rain of blood that splashed in all directions from Diandian's jump. At this moment, Nangongzhi finally saw the true face of the young man. This is simply not a face that a normal person should have. Black and white formed a strange but strangely beautiful graffiti. The boy's arms and legs exposed under his tattered clothes also turned black with white patterns. Ha! I did it! I did it! The boy laughed madly, and his eyes were filled with tears because of the laughter, mixed with the blood clots that slipped from his hair and crossed the boy's strange face. Evil God Sama really exists. From today on, I, Haydn Sama, am immortal. Ha! The silver-haired boy Haydn laughed wildly. In Nangongja's eyes, it was so sick. But at the same time, Nangongja also found a ninja forehead protector on Haydn's neck, which belonged to the land of Hot Water Ninja Village. You are a ninja from the land of hot water? You actually fell into the evil cult of the evil cult? You simply lost the face of the Hot Water Ninja Village. Nangongja pointed the tip of his sword at Haydn, and Haydn also got out of his crazy state. Looking at Nangongja in front of him, and the woodleaf ninja forehead protector inlaid on Nangongja's coat. Woodleaf ninja? Let me tell you, I, Master Fei Duan, am now an immortal superhuman who has been blessed by the evil god. You're not good enough. Looking at Haydn's arrogant face, Nangongja felt uncomfortable. It's not like I haven't killed anyone from the Cthulhuism Society. They all said that they were immortal, but in the end, didn't they all get their heads chopped off and become a pile of mud on the ground? Looking at Nangongja's cold and indifferent appearance, Fei Duan's heart instantly surged with anger. Haydn's ninja talent is not very high. When many of his friends have reached the realm of Chunin, Haydn is still wandering in the realm of Genin. Because Haydn's physique has been very bad since he was a child. Whether it is the amount of chakra or physical fitness, he is almost at the bottom of the list. Because of this, Haydn is often looked down upon. It is precisely for this reason that Haydn joined the evil cult without hesitation after he discovered the evil cult and understood its terrible doctrines, and even treated himself as a sacrifice to the so-called evil god Sama. How dare you! How dare you! Haydn lowered his head, and his whole face was distorted. His teeth clenched together tightly, and the place where his eyes were set was bleeding because of the excessive force. He raised his head fiercely, and his whole person roared, "How dare you look down on me? Those who look down on me." What? That? Looking at the suddenly crazy Haydn, although Nangongja seemed to be careless, he still put on a fighting posture, waiting for Haydn's attack. The land of hot water is a weak country. Originally, the land of hot water, which shone in the First Shinobi World War, has fallen to the point of third-rate shinobi village. But Nangongja still didn't look down on Haydn. Every shinobi village has one or two very dangerous moves or cards up their sleeves. Nangongja will never take this kind of thing lightly. Go to hell! At this moment, Haydn didn't have his terrible three-edged sickle. So he just grabbed a standard kunai and rushed forward to fight Nangongja. At first, Nangongja also held back a little. He was ready to test Haydn's strength. But slowly, Nangongja found something wrong. It's not that Haydn is strong, but that Haydn is too weak. In the shinobi world, ninjas around 20 years old like Haydn have almost no comprehensive strength lower than a chunin. Most of the ninjas who can be sent out to perform missions alone are chunin. The strength shown by Haydn now is obviously at the genin level. And since Haydn didn't use a wave of ninjutsu before the fight like ordinary ninjas, then it proves that Haydn's ninjutsu level is not good. A ninja with not good ninjutsu, ordinary taijutsu, unknown genjutsu, and not strong spiritual power. What kind of shinobi village would let such a ninja come out of the village and lose face? Nangongja looked at the sloppy flying Duan and really couldn't bring himself to fight. He increased the strength of his hands. The complicated fatal 13 swords, under Nangongja's accelerated wave, was like a gorgeous firework, exuding its own deadly and beautiful brilliance. You! Haydn faced Nangongja's accelerated swordsmanship and increased strength, but he was somewhat dwarfed in an instant. The kunai in his hand almost fell out of his hand under the huge force. You will die here, you remnant of the Cthulhuism Society. You will rot here with these people who were killed by you, and turn into a handful of yellow earth. After finding an opening, Nan Gongzhi exerted force with his feet and charged forward. The black sword pierced straight into Haydn's eyebrows. Yellow and white liquid seeped out along some uneven places on the black sword. Nan Gongzhi exerted force in his hand and pulled the black sword out of Fei Duan's head. Looking at the filth on the black sword, he frowned. He shook the black sword hard to get rid of all the filth on it, and slowly inserted the black sword into the scabbard on his back. Now that I have figured out what is going on, and I have solved this remnant of the Cthulhuism society, let's go back and find Mashiro and Ling Er. Nan Gongzhi just lifted his foot and was about to leave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a hidden weapon breaking through the air from his side. He quickly turned sideways and avoided the hidden weapon fired at him. The moment he turned around, Nan Gongzhi opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Chapter 56. He saw that Haydn, whose head was blown up by his sword, was standing behind him. The posture of his body showed that the shuriken just now must have been released by Haydn. What the hell are you? Nan Gongzhi felt that his worldview had collapsed. A living person had his head blown up by his own sword. How could he stand up again? It really hurts a little. Haydn stretched out his blood-stained hand and touched the yellowish-white brain matter that was flowing out of his forehead. His face was filled with 30% pain and 70% ridicule. Since you made me feel so much pain, how about it? I'll make you feel pain too. Bastard. Haydn rushed towards Nan Gongzhi again with a ferocious face. But his clumsy body really didn't give Nan Gongzhi the slightest pressure. Seriously? You can practice that strange secret method of the Cthulhuism society and make yourself immortal? It really surprised me. Nan Gongzhi slightly bent his arm, the black sword on the gauntlet, and sparks splashed out. But you're just too weak. Inferior taijutsu, no performance in ninjutsu, low-level spiritual ability and unstable mental state. It is enough to prove that your genjutsu must have no achievements. A ninja, whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, they all have no achievements. Do you really think that you can defeat me with this so-called immortal body? After listening to Nan Gongzhi's words, Haydn went berserk. Because Haydn had heard Nan Gongzhi's words more than once. Ever since he was young, Fei Duan's frail body had cast a shadow over his life. Even if he worked hard to become a ninja, he was still looked down upon and laughed at by others. Do you think that this kind of inhuman appearance is what I want? Haydn raised his withered and dark hands, and a few drops of blood tears oozed out of his eyes. Slowly, the blood tears left obvious traces on Haydn's dark face. I am a ninja of the country of hot water. Ninjas of this pathetic country that has forgotten the war. I have been working hard all my life to become someone who can once again establish the backbone of my country, let it prosper again, and be valued by the entire ninja world just like during the First World War. I didn't do it. It's because of this frail body of mine that I no longer have the slightest chance to fulfill my wish. Is the Cthulhuism Society's item useful or not? I think you, the person who exterminated this religion, have the right to speak. However, I spent nearly 10 years researching it, just because it gave me a faint glimmer of hope to realize my dream. Lord Cthulhu has blessed me. From now on, I will never die. I am the evil god. The evil god is me. I will turn those who look down on me into blood sacrifices for the evil god. Let each and every one of them get the ending they deserved. Become the source of my strength. The people on the ground are none other than the people from my village. I gave them a kind of poison that weakens their limbs and knocked them out. Then, one by one, they were turned into human sticks. Although their limbs were weak, but the pain was still there. They could only watch themselves being dismembered. They can only pray to God, let their blood run dry as soon as possible, so that they can fall into a coma or die, so that this kind of pain can be removed from their body. Listening to Fei Duan's narration, Nan Gongzhi's whole body trembled. Such a sick personality, isn't it determined by his childhood experience? Now the sickness and distortion is simply to the point of no return. You are really possessed. Compared to the phenomenon described by Wang to himself, Nangongzhi suddenly found that standing in front of him, this young man was full of flaws. Suddenly, he felt that a huge demon shadow shrouded Fei Duan's body. Demon? Ha! I like your adjective. From now on I, Fei Duan, am a demon, a living evil god. I want the whole world to tremble for me. The late-stage Chunibu patient, Fei Duan, is officially online. This person is incurable. Nangongzhi instantly understood that Fei Duan could no longer be changed by words. The only way to stop this demon was to kill him. Nangongzhi didn't try to speak anymore, but only exerted force on his feet. The black sword danced in Nangongzhi's hands. That's right. That's it. The black sword constantly attacked Fei Duan, although Fei Duan tried his best to dodge Nangongzhi's attacks. But he still couldn't completely force him away. The black sword left marks on Fei Duan's body. Blood kept flowing out from Fei Duan's body. As the battle progressed, Fei Duan's face became pale because of the lack of blood. Even the strength of his hands weakened a lot. Sure enough, Nangongzhi finally understood how to defeat Fei Duan. Indeed, Fei Duan's ability was very troublesome. No matter how disdainful his strength was, his undying ability was very troublesome. Break your limbs. Nangongzhi's swordsmanship suddenly became sharp, and his body became hazy. His body swayed and flashed past Fei Duan. He swung his sword continuously, and the limbs that were broken were naturally the limbs that Nangongzhi spoke of. Without the support of his limbs, Fei Duan fell to the ground and became a standard dog eating shit. Indeed, your undying ability is very difficult to deal with. But it's only limited to being difficult to deal with. Nangongzhi held the black sword in his hand, and drops of blood dripped down the black sword onto the ground. Slowly, Nangongzhi walked in front of Fei Duan. Although you don't die, you can't heal instantly. All your wounds will recover at the speed of a normal person. At this time, Nangongzhi also used the tip of his sword to point at the wounds that he made on Fei Duan's body. So, if I cut off your limbs, can you still move? Moreover, your body doesn't seem to be able to adapt to the loss of blood. When you lose too much blood, your face will become pale, your hands will become weak, and your reflexes will decrease. So, cutting off your limbs can also make you lose a lot of blood. Look at the people around you. Since you can turn them into rods one by one and let them slowly wait for death, then you should also have a taste of what it feels like. Then, Nangongzhi cut off Fei Duan's head. After all, since Fei Duan didn't die even with a hole in his head, wouldn't it be better to cut off his head and let Fei Duan experience the helplessness of the people he killed? It seemed that Nangongzhi's bad taste was awakening. Chapter 57. Nangongzhi left just like that. Only Fei Duan, who had been dismantled into several parts, was left on the ground. Blood kept flowing out from Fei Duan's body and limbs. But wasn't the amount of blood flowing out a bit too much? Because at this moment, the blood flowing out of Fei Duan was almost twice the amount of a normal person. On the ground, Fei Duan's blood gathered into a small blood pool. At this time, on a big tree near Fei Duan, a huge pitcher plant strangely emerged from the trunk. The pitcher plant suddenly opened, revealing Ju's half-black and half-white face. After Ju's entire body came out, Ju walked to Fei Duan's head in the pool of blood. He stretched out his foot and kicked Fei Duan's head, making Fei Duan's face. Okay, don't pretend to be dead. Nangongzhi, that kid has already left. The voice was a bit teasing, it was White Zetsu talking. At this moment, Fei Duan, who was lying on the ground with a pale and bloodless face, suddenly had a lively look in his eyes. Seeing that it was Ju standing in front of him, his whole body seemed to relax. I thought who it was. It turned out to be you. Hurry up and put it together, otherwise, you really might not be able to withstand it. Looking at Fei Duan on the ground, Ju was speechless. He didn't think that there was an existence in this world that made people more speechless than White Zetsu. He raised his right hand, thin branches stretched out from his wide sleeves. The branches were like silk threads, connecting Fei Duan's limbs, head, and body that had been cut off. I can only help you put the body together temporarily. In the future, when you team up with your partner, he will be able to help you recover better. The voice was a bit calm. It was obviously Black Zetsu talking. Why are you so sure that I will definitely join your organization? Fei Duan seemed to have recovered a lot at this time, sitting on the ground like a little hooligan. It was clear that he wanted to ask for a sky-high price and ask for more benefits for himself. If it weren't for the information we provided, you wouldn't have been able to perfect your immortality technique. Since you fought with Nangongzhe, you should be able to see how big the gap is between you and the high-level combat power of the major ninja villages. We'll give you more secret techniques that suit your abilities. He spoke with fervor and assurance, giving off a déjà vu of a multi-level marketing organization. Fei Duan thought about how he had been beaten up by Nangongzhe, and a nameless fire burned in his heart. He had actually fallen to the point where he had to rely on his own ability to play dead. This was the only way to escape Nangongzhe's death threat. Nangongzhe discovered that Fei Dan's various weaknesses, such as slow recovery and insufficient blood supply, were actually all deliberately displayed by Fei Dan. Although at that time, Fei Duan's mental state was not very calm. However, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to think of a way to survive. This was the real ninja's thinking. As long as he could survive, as long as he could complete the task, even if he had to lose his so-called pride and dignity, it didn't matter. Compared to Nangongzhe, Fei Duan was more like a qualified ninja. A secret technique that suits me more? Well, anyway, I've killed so many residents of the land of hot water, and there's no way out. There's nothing wrong with going to your so-called Akatsuki organization. Obviously, Fei Duan was tempted by Ju's words. Very well, then from today on, you are a member of our Akatsuki organization. Ju suddenly waved his hand, and a huge plant grew out from his side. The huge bud quickly opened, and a robe and a ring lay quietly in the stamen. From today on, you are Santai of the Akatsuki organization. Ju put the black robe with red clouds on Fei Duan's body, and put the ring engraved with the word Santai in front of Fei Duan. Fei Duan reached out and took a bloody kunai beside him, and made a deep mark on the forehead guard on his neck. It was a symbol of his betrayal. The remaining blood on the kunai was like crystal under the reflection of the light of the forehead guard. Fei Duan stood up silently, and a big smile appeared on his face, but a slight wetness still lingered in his eyes. In this generation, no matter how dissatisfied and hateful you are to your own ninja village, no matter how much you hate it, when you betray the ninja village, the sadness in your heart can't be hidden. From now on, the village that gave birth to me will be my biggest enemy in my life. Ju walked in front, and Fei Duan silently followed behind him. Very well, from now on, the members of the Akatsuki organization are gathered. This ninja world, wait for me to stir up the storm. Ju thought silently in his heart. As for Nangongzhe, Nangongzhe was currently looking at Li Yang, who was dressed up by Ling Er and Zhen Bai, with a constipated expression. Linger, I'm the one who harmed you. Nangongzhe didn't dare to say this sentence, but he mourned for Linger in his heart for a moment. Although overall, Linger is still the original Linger, but looking at it carefully, there are some differences. For example, what the hell is this pink hairpin? It's obviously Linger's hairpin. Why is it clipped on Linger's ear? Also, where did this bright red eyeliner come from? Does Mishiro have such eye-catching eyeliner? The most helpless thing is not this. This was because Li Yang's lips were painted a fiery red. Nangongzhe, help me. These women are not human. If I didn't run fast, my little brother wouldn't be able to keep it. They actually said that if a puppy is not castrated, it's not a good puppy. Linger swung her tail that was tied with a bow, and ran to Nangongzhe's side as if she was running for her life. In an instant, she turned into a shadow and returned to her lion head seal, leaving behind all kinds of small decorations on the ground. Following closely behind were naturally Mishiro and Linger. Wait, Liangen, I just found a very beautiful blush. Mashiro shouted as he ran towards Nangongzhe. As for Linger? Although her face was red, she still ran behind Mashiro with anticipation in her eyes. Seeing Nangongzhe, Mashiro suddenly seemed to have forgotten his crazy enthusiasm towards Linger. Instead, he reached out and ran his fingers through his hair. Gong Gong, are you okay? If he hadn't heard Li Yang's words, he would have really thought that Zhenbai and Ling were worried about his safety just now. Oh, I'm okay. It's settled. Nangongzhe could only say slowly. Chapter 58. What did you guys do to Li Yang? Nangongzhe wanted to talk about Li Yang's appearance, but he was interrupted by Mashiro before he could finish his sentence. Listen to me, Miyagi. We were bored waiting for you, so we found a lot of wild vegetables. Since you said that there is no danger, why don't we make a pot of soup? Mashiro said as she grabbed Nangongzhe's arm. She pulled Nangongzhe to where she was just now. There was no other way. Mashiro obviously didn't want to talk to him about abusing Li Yang, so Nangongzhe could only ignore Li Yang's wailing. He followed Mashiro to his own campsite. Looking at Mashiro and Ling busy making soup, Nangongzhe felt that he couldn't help much. Therefore, he sat down under a tree and started talking to Li Yang. Li Yang, I found the remnants of the Cthulhuism Society at the place where I went to investigate. Because Nangongzhe had doubts about whether Haydn could successfully complete the secret technique of the Cthulhuism Society, he wanted to know Li Yang's thoughts. When Li Yang heard Nangongzhe's words, he stopped wailing. Instead, he was slightly stunned. Is it the current Cthulhuism Society, or the past Cthulhuism Society? Li Yang suddenly asked such a strange question. Does the Cthulhuism Society have a past? Nangongzhe heard Li Yang's words and felt strange. Because when Nangongzhe destroyed the Cthulhuism Society, he also saw some information about the Cthulhuism Society. It said that the Cthulhuism Society had only existed for 12 or 2 years, and it had only been 1 or 2 years since they started to flourish. How could there be a past? Boy, do you believe that there is a god in this world? Li Yang didn't care about Nangongzhe's question, but he suddenly asked such a question. I don't believe in gods. Even the legendary ancestor of the shinobi world, the sage of the 6 paths, isn't he a very powerful person who is close to being a god? Nangongzhe didn't know why Li Yang would ask him such a question. He just answered according to his own thoughts. Gods exist, but they also don't exist. Because God is different from the omniscient and omnipotent existence that you know. The gods that existed in this world were more like the embodiment of the world's rules. Time, space, death. They were the basic elements that made up the entire world. The embodiment of these 4 elements is the so-called God. Li Yang briefly explained some information about this world to Nangongzhe. So, you're saying that the evil god really exists? Nangongzhe said tentatively. That's right. Under the 4 main gods, there are countless lesser gods. The evil god is one of the minor gods under death. And the so-called Cthulhuism Society now was actually developed by a group of people who discovered some ancient books left behind by the Cthulhuism Society. But a lot of the key information has been lost. So, the so-called Cthulhuism Society that you annihilated was just a group of pitiful people who became a group of fanatics under the name of the Cthulhuism Society. Even if Nangongzhe couldn't see Li Yang's face, he still felt that Li Yang must be shaking her head and sighing. Then the person I saw, where did he get the secret techniques of the ancient Cthulhuism Society? Nangongzhe was a little puzzled. This is also what I don't understand. Logically speaking, there are only a few inheritances that can be passed down from ancient times. But there are only a few of them, and they are all relatively decent forces. Logically speaking, they can't come into contact with such a deep secret technique of the Cthulhuism Society. Li Yang pondered, but for a long time, she still couldn't come up with a more convincing answer. But, if the person you said called Haydn really got some inheritance of the ancient Cthulhuism Society, then he wouldn't have the flaw of excessive blood loss and slow recovery. In ancient times, the Cthulhuism Society was a group of guys who made people very uncomfortable. Their recovery is extremely strong, and there is no option of being killed, and it seems that there are a lot of secret techniques that can make their opponents die unknowingly. Nangongzhi was surprised. You mean, Haydn didn't die? That's probably the case. Such a difficult guy didn't die? I don't know how many more disasters will happen because of this in the future. Anyway, we are about to go to the land of hot water. I will go to the hot water village on the way and tell some information about Haydn to the higher-ups there. Although Haydn doesn't bring much pressure to me now, most of the reason is that he has just completed the transformation of his body. There is still a lot of room for improvement that hasn't been explored. When he can fully exert his strangeness, it can be said that he is a difficult character to deal with. Nangongzhi actually recalled Haydn's ability at this moment, and he was still a little scared. Even if this strange ability hasn't been explored deeply, it is still a great advantage when fighting against ordinary ninjas. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't completely relax after the headshot, he would have received a lot of damage from the shuriken no matter how hard he tried to dodge it. What are you doing? The meal is ready. Don't we have to hurry? Come and eat. Seeing Nangongzhi sitting under the tree in a daze, Mishiro took a spatula and hit Nangongzhi's head. Looking at Mishiro standing in front of him, she was wearing an apron, one hand on her waist, and her small mouth was slightly pouting. Nangongzhi couldn't help but smile. Hey. Why are you suddenly smiling like this? It's disgusting. Although she said it was disgusting, Nangongzhi still saw Mishiro's slightly red cheeks. Let's go eat. Nangongzhi stood up and patted the dust and withered grass on his body. He walked towards Mishiro and Ling. Wow, this smell smells so good. As expected of Mishiro, even some wild vegetables can be so delicious. Listening to Nangongzhi's compliment, Mishiro's small head was raised high, and she nodded, indicating that Nangongzhi was right. At this time, Ling pulled Nangongzhi's sleeve. She handed over Nangongzhi's internal energy soup. Brother, here's your medicine. Ling blinked her small eyes and looked at Nangongzhi. She clearly wanted Nangongzhi to praise her, which was really cute. Ling is also very powerful. Nangongzhi patted Ling-er's head. Ling-er was like a little kitten, slightly squinting her eyes, and her head slightly swayed along with Nangongzhi's palm. Then can I continue to play with the puppy? Ling-er suddenly said. Nangongzhi ors. Chapter 59. In the following period of time, Nangongzhi was under the attack of Linger's eyes and Mishiro's various attentive attacks. He also let Li Yang out a few times. Finally, the two girls had some sense of propriety and didn't dress up too excessively for Li Yang. And the most important thing is that the extreme threat of castration is finally gone. Although Li Yang's calves were still a little soft when she was alone with Mishiro. Soon, under the leisurely rush of the few people, Nangongzhi and the other two arrived at the land of hot spring, which is famous for its many hot springs. Finally arrived at the land of hot spring. Nangongzhi stood in front of the land of hot springs boundary and stretched his body. I never thought that the road to the land of hot spring was so far. Looking at Nangongzhi complaining in front of everyone, Mishiro was a little angry. What, do you dislike me and Linger for dragging you down? Even if Nangongzhi was so powerful, he would still wither from the blow of his beard and glare. How can that be? It's my blessing to be able to take Mishiro-san and the lovely little Linger with me. Nangongzhi had a wicked smile on his face as he pretended to be obedient to Mishiro, then reached out to pat Ling-er's head. He didn't know why, but since the last time he touched Linger's head, Linger's kitten-like appearance really made Nangongzhi's heart drunk. Therefore, Nangongzhi liked to touch Xiao Ling-er's head whenever he had nothing to do. Immediately, Nangongzhi took back the smile on his face and put his hand on Linger's head. He slightly adjusted his expression and said, I'm going to Yukagura now. The incident I investigated before is very related to Yukagura, so I need to provide some necessary information to Yukagura. Hearing that Nangongzhi had business, Mishiro and Linger didn't pester Nangongzhi anymore. In that case, you can go to Yukagura. Linger and I will find a hot spring hotel nearby to stay. You can come to us after you finish your business, Mishiro said and walked in front of Nangongzhi. Although she was talking, she still stretched out her small hands to straighten Nangongzhi's clothes. Don't worry, the land of hot spring is recognized as a neutral area. There's no danger. You and Ling can have some fun here and rest for a few days. Nangongzhi looked at Mishiro, who was straightening his clothes. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of his sister Nangongro. Looking at Mishiro in front of him, Nangongzhi reached out his hand and touched Mishiro's head. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. It was just like what he had done to Nangongro when he had to go on a mission. Mishiro's face suddenly flushed red. But she didn't reach out. Instead, he was uncharacteristically stammering when he spoke. Who's worried about you? Come back safely. Looking at Mishiro's appearance, Nangongzhi couldn't help but smile. Mishiro was never a substitute for Nangongro. Mishiro is Mishiro. Mishiro's every move was Mishiro's charm. This was something that couldn't be denied. Looking at Nangongzhi's smile, Mishiro slowly put away her shyness. She just looked at Nangongzhi's face gently. I'm leaving. Before Nangongzhi's voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Mishiro looked at the place where Nangongzhi just stopped and raised her hand to tidy up her messy hair. Then she turned around and held Linger's hand. Let's go, little Linger. Let's find a place to wait for Mayong to come back, okay? Mishiro squatted down and put her at the same level as Linger's. It seemed like she was trying to convince Linger, but it also seemed like she was trying to convince herself. Linger nodded, and Mishiro started to look for a hotel with Linger. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Let's not talk about Mishiro and Linger's trivial matters for the time being. Nangongzhi, after losing Mishiro and Linger's burden, quickly arrived at Yuzakura. Stop. Who is it? Nangongzhi just arrived at the gate of Yuzakura and was stopped by several guards. Looking at the several ninjas guarding the gate, Nangongzhi was a little disappointed with Yuzakura. Although most of the ninjas guarding the gate of Woodleaf were Chunin, their number was huge. There was also a special guard force led by the Uchiha clan to guard the village. But what about the ninjas guarding the gate here? They were just a few insignificant genin shrimps. Some of the hidden posts were also covered very crudely. This allowed Nangongzhi to find the flaw with a single glance. Yuzaka? It's really a ninja village that has forgotten the war. Haydn wants to re-erect the backbone of a ninja village and a country like this? It's really a big and empty dream. Nangongzhi thought, but he still took out his Woodleaf ninja headband from his arms. It's a ninja from Woodleaf. Please wait a moment, I will inform the leader of our village. The ninja guarding the gate was very polite, but he was very cautious. It seems that in front of a ninja from Woodleaf, his posture has been lowered to a very low level. He didn't even ask the ninja level of the other party, and he was going to invite the leader of his village to greet him. Soon, a middle-aged ninja-dressed man arrived at the gate. Some luxurious clothes seemed to indicate the identity of this middle-aged man. Hello, I'm a ninja from Woodleaf. Woodleaf Jonin, Nangongzhi greets you. Nangongzhi saluted the leader of Yuzakura out of courtesy. Oh, this ninja from Konoha is too polite. Too polite. Our Yuzakura and Woodleaf village have always been good friends, like brothers. Why do you need to be so formal? I think you are very close, so why don't you call me brother? You and I brothers can get close, isn't it good? The leader of Yuzakura said extremely intimate words. If it was an ordinary person, they might think that Nangongzhi and the leader were very close. You are too polite. You are the leader of a village, and I am just a pawn of Woodleaf. How can I be so loved by you? Actually, I came here for a serious matter. On the way to Yuzakura, I found a bloody sacrifice of nearly 40 or 50 people's bodies, and the one who did it was a ninja from your village called Haydn. This person has clearly indicated that these 40 or 50 people are residents of your village, and he has expressed his decision to betray the village. I came here to explain it to you. The leader of Yuzakura was very panicked when he heard this news, and even his forehead squeezed out a lot of cold sweat. Chapter 60. Nangongzhi looked at the Yuzu leader who had become flustered in front of him and lowered the combat level of the village by a level. Can such a leader really lead the people of Yuzu to gain a foothold in the ninja world? Fortunately, Yuzu didn't have any resources that could make other countries jealous, otherwise, they might have been swallowed alive by other countries. Kanzuya is really shameful. A soft voice suddenly sounded around Nangongzhi's noisy surroundings. But Nangongzhi still heard it clearly. Kanzu. It was the name of the leader of Yuzu who led the way in front of him. Humph, just a businessman. I don't know what kind of despicable means he used, but he actually sat in the position of the leader of Yuzu. The discussion around him was getting louder and louder, and the volume was enough for a normal person to hear clearly. But Kanzuya, who was walking in front of Nangongzhi, still didn't react. It seemed that he couldn't hear the criticism around him. The smile on his face was still bright, and the respectful look was still maintained. This person? Nangongzhi stood behind Kanzuya, so he carefully observed Kanzuya's expression and posture. A person who can still do what he wants in the midst of the criticism around him. His mentality and so on are completely unaffected. There are only two possibilities: this person is a coward, and this person's thinking is extremely profound. How can a person who can sit as the leader of Yuzu be a coward? This is the office of our Yuzu. Let's go in first about the disappearance of several residents in Haiden. Let's go in and talk about it in detail. Kanzuya still had a respectful look, and even the door of the office building was opened for Nangongzhi. Looking at the bowing appearance, Nangongzhi didn't know why, but he felt a needle-like feeling in his back. This person really doesn't look like an ordinary person. To be able to do this, how can he not have a big plan? Thank you, let me do this kind of small thing. You are the leader of a village, and I am just a pawn in Woodleaf Village. I am flattered that you treat me like this, Nangongzhi said as he took the door handle from Kanzuya's hand. No matter what Hiye's plan was, it didn't affect Nangongzhi at all. Nangongzhi only cared about the people around him. As for other matters, Nangongzhi would avoid them as much as possible. This was also one of Nangongzhi's principles in Woodleaf Village. Because the crushing of the major forces in Konoha is too fierce. The Ino Shikacho clan, the Uchiha clan, the Yuan Fei clan where the 3 generations of Hokage came from, the Senju clan where the first and second Hokage came from, and many other small and medium-sized forces were either independent or attached to the great clans. They formed alliances with each other, back and forth. Under the seemingly calm lake of Woodleaf Village, huge waves were set off. Although Nangongzhi was a little famous, but in front of the family's strength, it was still not enough. Except for himself, who had a deep relationship with the Hatake clan because of the way he entered the village, Nangongzhi almost didn't get close to any of the clans. Before White Fang killed himself, many people thought that Nangongzhi wanted to rely on the Hatake clan, a rising power. But after White Fang's death, those people had no scruples, and all kinds of wooing emerged one after another. Even the Umbu directly under the Hokage and the Root directly under the Danzo directly, they all invited Nangongzhi. However, Nangongzhi rejected all of them. Because of this, Nangongzhi was assigned some very difficult tasks for a long time after that. Such a peaceful village on the surface, but behind the dirty village. Nangongzhi really couldn't bring up the will to die for him. Looking at Nangongzhi took the door handle from his hand, Kanzuya's heart was somewhat different. Because of the war between Woodleaf and Lei-In, the land of hot water became the only way for Woodleaf to resupply. During this period, Konoha's ninjas seemed to be amiable, but in fact, their arrogant attitude has been tolerated for a long time. For these ninjas of big countries, they also had a feeling of contempt and envy. But Nangongzhi seemed to be humble. He didn't match the image of Woodleaf ninja in his mind. The two of them politely talked back and forth, explaining the situation of Haiden and dozens of ordinary villagers one by one. But Kanzuya was obviously not interested in this. Instead, she was somewhat tired. Nangongzhi didn't care so much. After all, Mishiro and Ling were waiting for him to find them. Here, he didn't know whether Kanzuya was a real coward or just pretending to be a coward. It was really useless. Therefore, Nangongzhi quickly returned to the place where Mashiro and Ling were. Then he opened a room, ready to rest here. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Nangongzhi wore a bathrobe and went out to take a walk. This Kanzuya is just a businessman. How do you think he became the leader? Two old people who seemed to be a bit old were chatting under a big banyan tree. Nangongzhi obviously heard the name of Kanzuya, so he walked over. Excuse me, you two, the Kanzuya you are talking about, is he the current leader of the hot water ninja? Seeing that Nangongzhi was just a teenager, the two old people also became interested in talking for a while. You don't know, this Kanzuya was originally the richest man in our country. The hot spring industry in the country is under the name of Kanzuya. This matter is known all over the country. But later, during the Shinobi World War, the former leader of the hot water ninja wanted to cut off the supply line of the woodleaf, so he prepared to assassinate the former leader and destroy the supply storage point of the woodleaf. But the woodleaf was aware of it, and the supply was not destroyed. Instead, they set a trap, and the Thunder Ninja who came to attack were caught off guard. It was a good victory, but the Thunder Ninja didn't know why they suddenly became angry with the former leader. After many rounds of assassination, the former leader unfortunately died. Later, Kanzuya was chosen as the new leader of the hot water ninja. This matter, everyone is talking about it. Many people said that it was because Kanzuya colluded with a powerful person from a big country. With the support of this powerful person, Kanzuya became the military leader of the hot water ninja. The elders were still rambling on about something, but Nangongzhi couldn't listen to them anymore. Who would have thought that a businessman with no strength can sit on the throne of the leader of the village? A powerful person from a big country, I don't know who it is. Chapter 61. Nangongzhi had stayed in the country of hot water for nearly 3 days. Almost every day, he took Mashiro and Ling to play. He didn't know if Mashiro had forgotten that his purpose of coming out was to paint. The hot springs in the country of hot water had some special features. But no matter how special things were, he would lose interest if he saw them every day. Therefore, Nangongzhi was actually prepared to tell Mashiro and Ling. After packing up some of his belongings, he could leave here. But it turned out that plans were always disrupted. On this day, Nangongzhi carried his black sword and came back from his morning exercise outside. It was still early, around 5 o'clock in the morning. When Nangongzhi walked to the door of the hotel he was staying in, he found a team of shinobi standing at the door of the hotel he was staying in, as if they were waiting for someone. The leader of the shinobi seemed to be looking around, and after seeing Nangongzhi, he quickly ran over. Jonin-sama. The leader of the shinobi didn't seem to tell his subordinates about Nangongzhi's identity. The leader of the shinobi just thought that Nangongzhi was an ordinary woodleaf jonin. Although the etiquette was thorough, the respect was obviously not enough. Is it your leader, Kanzuya-sama, who asked you to find me? Nangongzhi asked knowingly. After all, in such a country, the only person who could command an entire team of shinobi was Kanzuya, the leader of the shinobi in name. Yes, Kanzuya-sama has something important to discuss with you. He wants to invite you to the office of the shinobi. This shinobi was very different from ordinary shinobi and shinobi villagers. Because most of the villagers and shinobi didn't have a good impression of Kanzuya, who had no strength, but a shrewd businessman. However, when this person mentioned Kanzuya's name, the light in his eyes was very bright for a moment. It was like every woodleaf resident was the same when they mentioned Nardo. It was a kind of existence that formed a pillar in the soul. It seems that this ninja is Watanabe's confidant. Although they had only interacted for a short time, and Nangongzhi hadn't fought with this ninja yet. But judging from his casual performance, this person's strength is at least at the jonin level. How should I address you? Nangongzhi asked the ninja. Just call me Waterluster. Tang Ren's leader, Waterluster, was obviously not a person who was good at chatting. Finally, Nangongzhi opened his mouth, but he abruptly cut off the entire topic. Coincidentally, Nangongzhi was not a talkative person. Therefore, the scene where the two of them interacted with each other was so cold that it felt like it was going to snow in June. Finally, the two of them remained silent for a while. Nangongzhe was the first to break the silence. "Please lead the way and come with me to meet Lord Hai." Waterluster nodded and moved towards Nangongzhe. He wanted to show that he was leading the way for Nangongzhe. And the ninjas who came with him began to have some thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that all the powerful people were like this? After all, Nangongzhe and Waterluster's ability to deal with people was really unbearable. Just like Nangongzhe, when he talked to leader Kanzuya, he was unexpectedly low-key. And now, when he talked to Waterluster, it was very awkward. It was not like a person with a normal EQ would do something like this. Ignoring the strange eyes of the Tangren around them, Nangongzhe and Waterluster soon arrived at leader Kanzuya's office. Kanzuya was sitting behind a huge desk, and a very extravagant pure gold Tangren symbol was hanging behind Kanzuya's back. The posture of a nouveau riche. "Why did Lord Kanzuya ask me to come here?" Nangongzhe pulled a chair opposite to Kanzuya and sat down. "Do you want to ask me more about Haydn?" Considering that Kanzuya was absent-minded last time, Nangongzhe thought that Kanzuya wanted to communicate with him about Haydn. But Kanzuya, who was sitting behind the desk, shook his head. "Actually, I have already ordered about Haydn. The whole ninja world has also started to prepare for Haydn's arrest. I can't do anything more. After all, Tangren doesn't have a huge umbu department like the great ninja village." Hearing Kanzuya's explanation, Nangongzhe couldn't say anything more. But Nangongzhe still felt that Kanzuya didn't seem to care about such a crazy ninja in his ninja village. In fact, this time, I invited Nangongjonin to come here to ask Nangongjonin to go to the Woodleaf with our congratulatory team. Congratulatory team? Nangongzhe was a bit strange. I don't know who the congratulatory team is. Seeing the doubts in Nangongzhe's heart, Kanzuya immediately began to explain. "It's like this. Our Tangren and Woodleaf Village have been ninja villages for generations. So when Woodleaf Village has a happy event, our Tangren will send a congratulatory team to congratulate them. For example, when the Hokage ascends to the throne, our Tangren will send a team to Woodleaf Village to cooperate with the Woodleaf Village. This time, the fourth Hokage ascends to the throne. Because the war just ended, Tangren also had a lot of problems in the war. In order to solve the internal problems, Tangren didn't send anyone to attend the ceremony. These days, I heard that the fourth Hokage and his wife's child is about to be born. We wanted to send a team of ninja to congratulate them, and at the same time, to express our apology for not attending the ceremony. However, in these days, Nangongjonin, you must have heard a lot of Tangren's internal evaluation of me. Many people obey my orders on the surface, but in private, they obey in public but oppose in private." Saying that, Kanzuya's face couldn't help but show a lot of bitterness. "Mizusawa and I grew up together. He knows my dreams very well. That's why he's always been supporting me. But except for him, I can hardly mobilize the high-level power of Tangren. Because Mizusawa wants to protect my safety, I really can't find anyone to protect this congratulatory team. So, I can only ask you to protect this team to Woodleaf Village." The embarrassment and entanglement in Kanzuya's eyes were obvious, and the reason Kanzuya gave to Nangongzhe was not a big problem. Nangongzhe thought, "Since I have decided to face the truth, then it's time to go back. Kanzuya-sama, since you have already said it to this point, I have no reason to refuse." Presumably, Kanzuya-sama also knows that the two girls with me are the employers of the task I am currently carrying out. I need to go back and ask for their opinion. Nangongzhe didn't rush. After all, he was not alone. Of course. Kanzuya also nodded. Kanzuya stood up and personally sent Nangongzhe out of the office building. Looking at Nangongzhe's figure walking away, he didn't say a word. Finally, he sighed and turned to enter the office building. The tall office building looked like a huge fortress at this moment, isolated from the outside world. Chapter 62. Nangongzhe naturally didn't see Kanzuya's performance. Of course, even if he saw it, he wouldn't care too much. Returning to the hotel, Nangongja saw Linger and Mishiro playing chess in the living room. Speaking of which, there is a need to explain. After coming to the land of hot water, Mishiro and Linger stayed in a good hotel. After Nangongja and Kanzuya met, several of Kanzuya's subordinates took Nangongja to this luxurious villa-like hotel. Nangongja, Mishiro, and Linger all had their own separate rooms. Kitchen, living room, and so on, everything was available. Naturally, there was also the most famous hot spring in the land of hot water. In the center of the house, there was a hot spring. It was surrounded by smoke all day long, but it looked very good. Seeing Nangongja enter the door, Mishiro didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she frowned and looked at the chessboard. Mishiro and Linger were playing a chess game that Nangongja learned from his sister. It's called Go. It seems to have a long history, but for various reasons, it's almost impossible to see it in the ninja world. Mishiro, let's stop for a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Nangongja patted Mishiro's shoulder slightly, indicating that he wanted to talk to her. But Mishiro seemed to be completely immersed in the game, and she slapped Nangongja's hand away. Don't bother me, little Linger, I don't know why. She's so good at chess, but I obviously learned this game longer than her. How can I lose so miserably? Mishiro's strong logic instantly made Nangongja and Linger very embarrassed. Sister, brother seems to be looking for you for a very important matter. Let's stop for a while, I'm a little tired. Go drink some water. Linger said very sensibly. After all, although Nangongja's face wasn't ugly, it wasn't very good either. It felt like he had a lot on his mind. No way. If he had something to do, he would talk about it later. In any case, it wouldn't delay anything. Go. Playing chess is the most important thing. Alright, Mishiro was starting to pester endlessly. At this time, Nangongja and Linger had no choice but to continue playing chess with Mishiro. Under Linger's repeated throwing of the game, the two finally ended in a draw. But after calculating the numbers, Linger still had the advantage. Zhen Ashen's face turned a little sour. Then, Nangongja let Linger play by herself for a while. She pulled Mishiro into the study room. Alright, Xiaoling isn't here anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. She shook off Nangongja's hand and sat on a bamboo chair in the study room. Well, when I came back this morning, I was called by the leader of the shinobi, you know about it, right? Mishiro nodded, indicating that he knew. Because when Nangongja left, he specifically left a person behind to inform Mishiro and Linger of his whereabouts. The shinobi leader called me to escort a team of shinobi to Woodleaf Village. To congratulate the 4th Hokage, Watergate-sama, on the birth of his child. Nangongja also found a place to sit down and slowly said, So, we're going back to Woodleaf Village soon? Mishiro asked, but his brows slightly wrinkled. I didn't immediately agree, because after all, I'm still responsible for escorting you around to collect information. And it's very troublesome to bring Linger to Woodleaf Village. Linger has been living with a wing in that remote mountain village. She doesn't even have an ID. When Mishiro heard Nangongja's words, his brows relaxed. A girl's mind is always delicate. Seeing Nangongja asking for his opinion, his mood was a lot better. Linger's ID, I can think of a way. It'll be done soon. As a person who can hire a jonin to perform a long-term mission, his social power and wealth can be imagined. So for Mishiro to be able to solve such a problem, Nangongja didn't feel much surprise. There's one more thing, it's about my sister. Nangongja slightly lowered his head so that Mishiro couldn't see his face. Sister? It's been so long. I don't seem to have heard you mention your sister. Indeed, Nangongja and Mishiro have been together for nearly 4 or 5 months. But Nangongja didn't mention that he had a sister. Naturally, Mishiro was sensitive enough to sense that something wasn't quite right. You and your sister? Mishiro didn't say much, but the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Does you think? There are a lot of things, but don't worry. I'll solve it. It's been so long, there's no point in dragging it out. Nangongja's attitude was very firm. Nangongja hoped that he could use this opportunity to clear all the disputes between himself and his sister. Since you've decided, then go. When I first came to Woodleaf Village, I only stayed in the outer residential area. Since I'm going with you this time, it's not a bad idea to let you take me to a place further inside. I don't know how it feels to see Woodleaf's famous Shadow Rock up close, Mashiro said and stood up. He opened the door and went to find Ling Er. Nangongja was left alone in the study room, thinking without saying a word. His own life, his own memories. All kinds of doubts. This time at Woodleaf Village must be cleared up. But Nangongja never thought that pursuing the truth was indeed a good thing. However, if he were to dig too much into the truth, would he end up being hurt by the sharp blade of the truth? But when people were young, they couldn't help but pursue the truth. Was it ignorance or fearlessness? The next day, Nangongja went to Kanzuya's office early in the morning. He told Kanzuya that he could bring Tang Ren's congratulatory team to Woodleaf Village. Kanzuya was extremely grateful and bombarded with all kinds of attentiveness. Nangongja left Tang Ren's office. After that, Nangongja stayed in the hotel. Until Tang Ren's people came to inform Nangongja to leave for Woodleaf, Nangongja was almost silent in the hotel. Originally, Ling Er wanted to ask Nangongja what was going on. But she was pulled back by Mashiro. Because, at this moment, Nangongja was no longer someone who could be helped by simple persuasion. This knot in his heart had to be untied slowly. No matter how much anyone said, it wouldn't have much effect. Nangongja was also very clear that this matter had almost become a huge obstacle in his progress. Chapter 63. The huge convoy has been moving slowly along the wide road. With billowing smoke and a somewhat restless heart, the convoy moved forward under the slightly scorching sun. In fact, Tang Shinobu doesn't know when Yandame's child will be born. After all, whether it's Namikaze Watergate or Uzumaki Shinakushina, their identities are extremely special. The specific situation of the descendants' arrival is naturally strictly guarded. Tang Shinobu only decided to go to Woodleaf through his own various channels, coupled with the influence of rumors from Woodleaf. After all, Woodleaf is such a big village for a small country like Tang Shinobu. The pressure is too great. Even if Woodleaf reveals a little bit of dissatisfaction, it will make Tang Shinobu fearful. This is the sorrow of the weak in troubled times. Nangongja was facing a somewhat hot evening wind. The weather was a bit strange. Because it's already late autumn, but the weather is inexplicably hot. It seems that even the heavens are foretelling something. Woodleaf, it's been half a year since I went back. I don't know how Roro is doing in the village. Should I not be so obsessed with the fragments in my memory? Nangongja was lying on the roof of the carriage, with a dry grass in his mouth, thinking in his heart, but I really want to know what happened. Yes. Nangongja is still tangled in how to face Nangong-ro. Over the years, Nangongja and Nangong-ro's relationship is not just a simple brother and sister relationship. Instead, it's closer, and they almost became the pillar of life between each other. Nangong-ro doesn't like to deal with people. Nangongja is a bit eccentric. It's because of these two people that they can no longer be separated from each other. Nangongja sat up and looked around. It seems that we have entered the territory of the Land of Fire. Woodleaf Village. It's not far away. The whole convoy drove for half a day, and at this moment, they were very close to Woodleaf Village. Nangongja was a little anxious, and he actually got rid of the convoy and jumped over the canopy again and again. Originally, Nangongja should see the peaceful scenery of Woodleaf Village. It's the mighty Shadow Rock. But at this moment, Nangongja didn't see these things. Instead, a huge red nine-tails fox raging in Woodleaf Village. Flames were burning everywhere, and wails spread all over the village. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and ruins. There were also many corpses. Ro! Nangongja instantly felt a little flustered in his heart. How can Nai, a ninja who specializes in medical ninjutsu, protect herself? Suddenly, Nangongja's heart was burning with anxiety. Li Yang! Nangongja summoned Li Yang. The shrunken Li Yang looked around and wanted to ask something, but she was interrupted by Nangong's voice. The village was attacked, and I'm worried about Ro's safety. You go and inform the convoy to stop moving. I'll go find Ro and protect her safety, Nangongja quickly said. As soon as his voice fell, Li Yang couldn't see Nangongja's figure. Li Yang also knew that the situation was critical, so she didn't show her usual nagging nature, but quickly ran in the direction of the convoy. Not to mention the various matters after Li Yang arrived at the convoy. Nangongja anxiously ran to the place where he and Nangong Ro lived, only to find a broken wall. Even the fire on the wooden structure of the house had been extinguished. This was enough to prove that the house had been destroyed for a long time. However, after Nangongji used a small amount of internal strength in his body to strengthen his 5 senses, he found that Nangong Ro couldn't be in the ashes. So he immediately looked around. Finally, near 9 Tails, Nangongja found Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro was currently bandaging the wound of an injured ninja. Nangongja couldn't help but call out. Hearing the familiar voice, Nangong Ro also turned around and saw Nangongja. Brother. In an instant, Nangongja almost used his fastest speed to rush to Nangong Ro's side. He hugged Nangong Ro. I just went to take a look at our house and found that it was all in ruins. I was so worried about you at that time. Fortunately, I found you so quickly. Nangongja hugged Nangong Ro tightly, as if this was the only way to express his feelings. I don't want to think about anything now. I just want you to live a safe and sound life. Nangong Ro felt Nangongja's words at this moment. Suddenly, she felt a little complicated. Nangong Ro shouldn't have been able to understand the reason why Nangongja stayed away from Woodleaf at that time. However, it had been so long. From Nangongja's various abnormal behaviors at that time, she could guess most of it. Okay. Nangong Ro buried her head in Nangongja's broad shoulders, suddenly feeling that this was the only place that made her feel most at ease. If Nangongja really found out the truth, it was actually not all a bad thing. Because as long as that was the case, she and Nangongja could… No, how could she think of such shameless things? Be careful! Nangongja suddenly roared. He pushed Nangong Ro, who was in his arms, to the side. He didn't even have time to pull out the black sword on his back, and could only rely on the gauntlet on his arm to protect himself. That's right, 9 Tails, who was wreaking havoc in the surroundings, suddenly became more violent at this moment. It wasn't just the 4 sharp claws that were constantly destroying the surrounding environment. 9 Tails also carried a huge force as it swept around in all directions. Furthermore, an even bigger chakra bomb was condensing in 9 Tails' huge mouth. Even Nangongja couldn't resist the huge force. He could only be thrown to the ground heavily, splashing a huge amount of dust. What was more dangerous was that Nangongja's precarious balance between the inner energy and the sword energy in his body had already collapsed at this moment. The sword energy was wreaking havoc in his body, and the inner energy was constantly exerting its power to repair Nangongja's body. Nangong Ro quickly ran over and looked at Nangongja's bulging veins. She frowned immediately. Possessed. At this moment, Nangong Ro vaguely understood Nangongja's current situation. In order to calm Nangongja's sword energy, she quickly took out a crystal that was emitting a blue light from a small pouch that she carried with her. This is the life-saving item that grandfather left behind. I thought that it would take a long time for brother to cultivate to this stage, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. At this moment, Nangong Ro's eyes didn't show the joy of solving the problem. Instead, there was an unusual seriousness in her eyes. Chapter 64. Looking at Nangongja's frowning brows, Nangong Ro could almost feel his pain. His entire body was being destroyed by the power that he had cultivated bit by bit. He felt his tendons, bones, and flesh being eroded bit by bit. Even the legendary 100 poisons devouring the body couldn't be compared to this, right? However, once this crystal was used, the consequences might be even more serious. Being possessed by the devil was actually the sword energy going berserk. As long as he was willing to give up his cultivation, seal his meridians, and use secret medicine, he could still save his life. However, the price to pay for this was the loss of his cultivation, and he would become a cripple. He couldn't even walk, sit, or lie down. Brother, after so many years, I think I understand you. If I ask you to live the rest of your life like a cripple, you definitely won't be willing. Nangong Ro's small hand clenched the crystal even more tightly. If I were to choose, I would want you to live. But if I were to choose for you, I would want you to die for yourself. Nangong Ro raised the crystal high. Brother, you've been working hard for me these past few years, doing a lot of things you didn't want to do. You've killed a lot of people you didn't want to kill. In the future, don't do this again. Live for your own sake. The sparkling light turned into streams of light, twining around Nangong Ro. The streams of light slowly converged into the crystal held high by Nangong Ro, and the blue light shone even more brightly. Grandfather, you wanted brother to recover so that he could protect me. So, you secretly left a seed in the internal energy you transferred to brother. Once brother tried to reverse the internal energy, the seed would be activated. It would quickly convert all the internal energy from you into sword energy. However, grandfather, you never thought that brother would become brother. He became a member of Woodleaf. All kinds of dangerous situations and brother's hard work made the internal energy in brother's body exceed the internal energy you transferred to him. So, the sword energy didn't have a complete advantage in the battle in the body. This crystal is the control device of the sword energy seed. At the same time, it's also the central device that mediates the internal energy and sword energy. I will now use my life energy to activate it. I hope that I can bring Oni-san a glimmer of hope to continue to roam the ninja world with a sword. The light of the crystal finally reached its peak. Brother, wake up again. Nangong Ro pressed the crystal between Nangong's eyebrows. The seemingly sturdy crystal shattered in an instant. Instantly, it turned into a blue mist and enveloped Nangong's body. Bit by bit, the light mist merged into every inch of Nangong's body. At this moment, the violent sword aura and the weak inner strength had calmed down. Nangong's sword chi was slowly extracted, and the painful expression on his face gradually eased. Countless strands of sword chi that had been drawn out were wandering around Nangong, but for a moment it turned into a sword energy dragon. Stroking Nangong's body, it floated in the air. The sword energy dragon was getting bigger and bigger, thicker and thicker. It even slowly became as thick as Nine-Tails' tail. Countless people's eyes began to focus on Nangong's place. Who is that person? At this moment, Yandame Hokage Watergate also noticed the special scene behind Nine-Tails. Originally, Watergate had consumed a lot of energy to resist Nine-Tails' Baijidama and the masked man's attack. But in order to stop Nine-Tails' rampage, Watergate could only fight with Nine-Tails. The hand seal in his hand was half-formed, but he put it down. Even ants drag out their lives, let alone Watergate. He had a wife who loved him and a newborn child. Even if Shinakushina was the Nine-Tails' column force, at this moment, her life was in danger. But as long as Watergate was willing, there were still many ways to extend Shinakushina's life. At this moment, the sword energy dragon outside Nangong's body gave Watergate a glimmer of hope to live with his family. Something's not right. The sword energy dragon has been hovering in the sky for a long time, but it never attacked Nine-Tails' demon fox. It just hovered on its own. And Nangongja? He was still unconscious. Because at this moment, Nangongja was paying attention to the changes in his body. Originally, the sword energy had destroyed the tendons and flesh in his body. His internal energy had also started to weaken, and many damaged parts had not been repaired in time. But suddenly, a strange blue energy entered Nangong's body. The sword energy that enveloped his body was slowly extracted. But not all of the sword energy was extracted. Instead, there was a considerable amount of sword energy left in his body. The internal energy that had been suppressed to the point of death was now like a hungry tiger, instantly wrapping around the remaining sword energy. Slowly, the sword energy was eaten away and digested. And the internal energy also started to have some characteristics of the sword energy. Showing off his ability, the black sword that had fallen to the ground when he was slapped away. Now, under the dual guidance of the internal energy and the sword energy, it was suspended in the air. It was waiting for its master to hold it again and conquer the world. Roar! Nangong's eyes suddenly opened, and he let out a long howl. Along with the sword's clanging sound, it was like a dragon's roar resounding through the sky. Subconsciously, Nangongja reached out his hand. The black sword seemed to have a mind of its own, and it landed in Nangongja's hand. At this moment, Nangongja's consciousness was still fuzzy. He was just following his instincts and calling for his parts. The huge body of Nine Tails was now a target in Nangongja's eyes. Slash! Nangongja did not roar, nor did he have any emotional fluctuations. He just waved the black sword gently, and the sword energy dragon rushed toward Nine Tails under the guidance of his internal energy. The sword energy dragon, as the name suggested, was made up of sword energy that specialized in killing. Therefore, one could imagine its power. Just as the sword energy dragon was about to hit Nine Tails' body, it began to disintegrate. It was not that the sword energy dragon did not have enough power and dissipated on its own. But this was the only way to display the strongest power of the sword energy. Countless sword energy twined around Nine Tails' body. No one knew how much of Nine Tails' fiery red hair was cut off. There were even many small wounds on Nine Tails' body. The nine-tailed beast had a strong recovery ability. But at this moment, the speed of recovery was far slower than the speed of injury. Wounds covered Nine Tails' body. Chapter 65. Sword Ki is a killing technique, so it naturally has an advantage when attacking. At this moment, the Sword Ki dragon has fully proved this point. After all, even the tailed beast, one of the 9 great weapons of the shinobi world, has suffered a lot of losses under the Sword Ki. However, the effect caused by the Sword Ki dragon was only temporary. These Sword Ki were forcibly extracted from Nangongja's body by the smoke formed by the blue crystal. Although Nangongja can use the Sword Ki dragon to attack Nine Tails to a certain extent by absorbing some of the Sword Ki characteristics of the Nangongja. But all of this is still a rootless tree, a water without a source. It can be a hero for a while, but it won't last long. After a while, the Sword Ki that was originally wrapped around Nine Tails' body has become thin. Roar! Nine Tails roared, and his limbs suddenly exerted force. All the chakra contained in his body burst out in an instant, and the powerful chakra formed a huge wind. You despicable humans! You dare to control me, dare to hurt me. After that bastard Madara, who dares to do this? Nine Tails' roar resounded over the entire shinobi village. I want you to die. Nine Tails' momentary venting seemed to have given the wood leaf the key to the truth. Control? The QB was actually manipulated by someone to attack Konoha? Thinking about it, Nine Tails was defeated by the wood leaf's first Hokage, Senju Takuma. Even Nine Tails' column force was the wife of the first Hokage. Although the Uzumaki family's seal is very powerful, they still have some knowledge of the outside world. Konoha continued to produce many talented ninjas, and many secret jutsu and forbidden tomes were researched and developed by them. When fighting against other shinobi villages, they simply beat all the other shinobi villages with their strength. You know, no matter how powerful the tailed beast is, in the end, they are still beasts, and they must follow the nature of beasts. How can they not know to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? It seems that all of this is related to the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Watergate couldn't help but think of the strange masked ninja who released Nine Tails and can use space ninjutsu. At this moment, Sandame, who was leading Konoha's shinobi to rescue, also returned to Minato's side. Watergate. Thanks to Nangong's sudden outburst, I've saved many villagers who couldn't save themselves. Hearing 3 generations of the tailed beast, ninja, Watergate nodded. ninjas in the Woodleaf village. There's ninjas Woodleaf of ninjas as well. Although they are not ninjas, a large number of them are elite craftsmen, nobles, or wealthy merchants. Such people choose to settle in Woodleaf to ensure their own safety or to issue important tasks. If they lose this important prerequisite, then Woodleaf will have a great loss in logistics and the number of tasks. This is a matter of face for Woodleaf, and it can't be lost for a Hokage. Therefore, Watergate is willing to take a great risk and let the 3 generations of the tailed beast, who has retired to the second line, rescue them. But I think Nangong's current outburst can't last long. The storm formed by the sword energy has begun to disintegrate, and we need to find a way to deal with it. As Shui Men spoke, there was a trace of determination in his eyes. Obviously, he has made up his mind. You mean corpse demon seal? Sandaime suddenly remembered that Minato had been studying an ancient sacrificial seal from the Uzumaki clan, which was similar to that of a sacrificial seal. Watergate nodded, and even his hands began to print. Sandaime looked at Watergate with complicated eyes. Watergate can be said to be the most qualified ninja Sandaime has ever seen in his life. He is not blinded by the killing of ninjas all day long, and he keeps his heart unchanged. He is willing to open his heart to everyone, let himself turn into a flame to warm others and illuminate others. But at the same time, he will not be affected by his own emotions. When it comes to making a choice, he will not be impulsive and will always look at the overall situation. However, is he really going to watch such a young and energetic person fall in front of him? He is already old and there are few things he can do. Although he can help Watergate suppress a lot of the older generations so that they can't cause any trouble. But for Watergate, isn't it just a little trouble? Watergate, don't be impulsive. Sandaime stepped forward, trying to stop Watergate. Your child has just been born, and Shinakushina is also in an extremely dangerous situation. You give up your life like this, isn't it unfair to your child? Isn't it unfair to Shinakushina? Yes, you are a ninja. But before that, you are still a person, a father. You are living up to your responsibilities as a ninja, but what about other responsibilities? The Sandaime has been the Hokage for so long, and he has seen too much of Konoha's secrets and dark secrets that are hard to look at directly. The 3 generations of the tailed beast also forced his best disciple, Orochimaru, to leave. Studying ninjutsu involves a lot of problems with the human body, so how can it be done without human anatomy? Although on the surface, the major ninja villages resist this kind of behavior. But who dares to say that they haven't done it in private? A ninja is only valuable if he is alive. Isn't that just a corpse? 3 generations, Sama, I know. I know everything you said. Watergate turned his head and looked at the 3 generations. His eyes were even full of tears. I have been a ninja for so long, I have gradually forgotten what a person should be like. Yes, this is the kind of person who grew up in a ninja village, a place where military power is concentrated. No matter how strong their self-regulation ability is, there are always flaws. Even Watergate is no exception. Child, then learn slowly, just like you are learning a very rare ninjutsu. Nothing is born with knowledge, everything is learned little by little. You have no parents since you were a child, and you must be worried about whether you will be a qualified father. In fact, there was no need for Minato to use such a powerful sealing technique as the corpse demon seal. Because Kyuubi had just left the body of the Jinchuriki, and a large part of his power had not yet recovered, he was already controlled. Unable to recover his chakra to the maximum efficiency, he finally regained his consciousness. But because of Nangong's sword Chi Dragon, Kyuubi got rid of Nangong's control. After that, he suffered a lot of injuries under the sword Chi storm. In order to get rid of the last bit of sword Chi, he stimulated the remaining chakra in anger. Now Nine Tails can be said to be at the bottom of his strength. The opportunity to win has appeared. Chapter 66. Just when Sandame wanted to say something to Watergate, Ninetails' eyes turned into 3 tomo again. QB was being manipulated once again. Its huge mouth opened again, and a new Bijidama was ready to be released. However, it was obvious that Ninetails wasn't in the right state at this moment. The Bijidama was different from the previous dazzling light. It was flickering. It was obvious that although the chakra in Ninetails' body was huge, it had also fallen into a trough. It was obvious that the person who manipulated Ninetails was anxious. The sudden burst of sword chi disrupted the masked man's plan. In a hidden forest. At this moment, the masked man was standing on top of a tall tree. Wood leaf on fire was reflected in the masked man's only exposed eye. A constantly rotating 3-tomo Sharingan also revealed the masked man's somewhat anxious heart. It seems that your plan isn't going very well. A joking voice sounded behind the masked man, and at the same time, a huge pitcher plant rose from the ground. It was obvious that the words just now were said by Zetsu. Hearing Zetsu's words, the masked man didn't say anything. But his somewhat chaotic breathing clearly showed that the masked man's heart was not calm. I always thought that your plan was a bit rushed. Although Ninetails is very powerful. But it's a bit wishful thinking to want to destroy Wood Leaf with just 9 tails. Zetsu walked to the masked man's side and kept talking. Right now, it's just a little famous Nangong's outbreak. Then, if Sandame, who is known as the ninjutsu professor, who can single-handedly change the situation of the battle, goes all out, what kind of level will he be? Even if Sandame is not clear about how strong he is, you should be very clear about the power of the Yandame, right? That's it for this time. Anyway, it's not a big investment, but it's clear that Wood Leaf's strength is real, and it also caused a certain amount of damage. Not bad, just take it as a small lesson for Wood Leaf. The masked man snorted coldly, and the Magatama in his eyes stopped spinning. He turned around and walked into the deep and dark forest. This person is really impulsive. White Zoo looked at the masked man's back and couldn't help but say, "Isn't it good? You and I both know how little experience he has. If it really is that shrewd, you and I will have a lot of trouble controlling it." This was perfect. Our priority now is not to fight with him, but to determine who the next column force is. Black Zetsu heard White Zetsu's nagging, and he voiced his opinion. That's true. Right now, the most important thing for us is to pay attention to who column force is. White Zetsu obviously agreed with Black Zetsu. On the other hand, Ninetails, under the control of the masked man, went berserk again after releasing a Bijidama that wasn't perfectly charged. It was just that it instinctively started to destroy everything. And Nangongja? When Ninetails' sword Chi Dragon exploded, Nangongja fell from the sky. Nangong Ro was taking care of her at this moment. 4th generation head and Sandame seemed to have come to a conclusion after a short period of communication. Pass down the order for the whole barrier class to gather. Sandame waved his hand, showing the style of a ninja hero. Yes. A few of the bodyguards immediately knelt down and accepted the order. They scattered in an instant. 3 generations head. Then, let us first restrict Ninetails' movement. Weaken Ninetails' physical strength, and wait for the rest of the barrier class to gather. 4th generation head said, and his hands began to form seals. Summoning technique. Come out, Toad Wentai. A huge cloud of smoke rose, and Toad Wentai's figure appeared. Watergate boy. It's actually Ninetails. Wentai stretched out his claws and pointed at the similarly huge creature in front of him. But the situation doesn't seem right. Has he lost his mind? And his strength doesn't seem to be as strong as the rumors say. Watergate nodded, indicating that Wentai was right. Previously, Ninetails was controlled by someone and used up too much of his chakra. Moreover, Nangongja in our village suddenly exploded and caused a huge loss to Ninetails. Ninetails was controlled time and time again, and now his mind is in a mess. Watergate jumped up and stood on top of Wentai's head. Let's block him for a while, and then we'll work together with the entire barrier class to seal Ninetails. Ha! Fighting with the legendary nine-tailed beast really makes me excited. Wen Tai roared, pulled out his short sword from his back, and began to fight with 9 tails. Minato also cooperated with Wen Tai's attack and began to use Flying Thunder God Jutsu again, and then used Rasengan to cause damage to Kyuubi. Looking at Watergate's performance at this moment, Sandaime suddenly began to feel a little excited, and he remembered how he felt when he was on the battlefield. Then I can't let Watergate monopolize the limelight. These old bones of mine can still give it a try. The third king's hands began to form hand seals. Spirit communication technique. Ape demon. A huge ape appeared in the smoke. Yuan Fei, you haven't called me out for a long time. The ape demon was obviously a cheerful person, and when he saw Sandaime, he immediately greeted him happily. It's been a while, after all, I've retired. There are fewer battles, but today you and I still need to fight side by side. Let's go all out. Yuan Fei said, pointing his finger at 9 Tails, who was fighting with Watergate. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would fight with 9 Tails. But Watergate boy is really powerful now. You have chosen a good successor. Sandaime stretched out his hand, and the ape demon immediately understood the meaning of 3 generations. It turned into a huge weapon called Golden Staff. Don't think so much, this time I can finally have a good fight. Every ninja has a warlike gene flowing in their body. It may not be obvious at ordinary times, but once it's time to fight, everyone will be very excited. Just like 3 generations, he is usually like an amiable grandfather. But once the fight starts, his whole spirit condenses into one. It's like a humanoid weapon born for war. Haha. With a roar, the Jingu Bang in his hand changed according to his will, becoming bigger and longer. It smashed towards 9 Tails with a large front and a small back. The huge force even caused Kyuubi to stagger. There were even traces of blood seeping out from the places where the Jingu Bang had struck. The fighting power of 3 generations is so fierce. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.